also this open space that they're going to be forced to traverse. They are on the worst side of the circle right now too, just waiting for dear life. Double arc star and the seer tech. Oh no! Go next with the arc star from Alpha Draft. Give the points over to Phoenix Legacy. We are going on to another game, a game 8 right after this.
We have 6 teams on match point going into match number 8. Can Voltage be team number 7? They need to get 6 more points, still very achievable, and they're in a good position to do so. They're just trying to worm their way out of this building using any utility they have just to keep teams away. Dark Veils go down now, Watson Fences and Gens available to them as well.
Catwall for Catwall, dancing around both sides. Voltage now getting taken out. Meanwhile, Libre says this is none of my business. Focus on the fight in front of you. I'm just a fly on the wall that you don't want to deal with. Phoenix Legacy go out in 4. 3 squads left right now. Luciter Fonts.
The rest of the lobby starts doing damage to each other, and they can try and capitalize on that. Kraber in the hands of Davis though. One poke. Oh, 112 is going to be good. Up on the high ground, and again, this is great for Go Next. More damage to them. Fantastic. Davis, keep doing your work, because Horizon are going to be the ones that get punished. But it's not enough to get the knock. Go Next hoping the lobby takes care of itself and they can make one final push out towards zone here.
Yeah, Go Next are going to try and delay this for as long as possible. Stay in cover, take as little amount of damage, and they'll be forced out and hope that everyone above them has already lost a member or taken a good amount of damage as Dark Veils now start to surround the final circle. Black Holes go down as well. Horizon Union may be in a position to try and play spoiler and take us to a match number 9.
Shots through the smoke coming in from Jay Savage. However, the piercing spikes are going to hurt. Now Go Next make their play call. The Dark Veil goes down. They're going to try and inch out. Use every single little bit of cover that they can. But now they're getting poked. Now they're getting prodded. 4 squads remaining, but Go Next still healthy here. Can they get the finishes? The zone is forcing them forward. The Dark Veil is a problem. The piercing spikes are a problem as well. But Voltage go down. It's 3 squads. And oh my god, what an ult that is. It takes so much damage. And now Go Next from an almost improbable position might be able to close this one out. Danish and done. Go Next. You are going to the hell.
DNO still alive. A real threat to this lobby. With such impressive players on this roster, players who have been at the very top of the Apex Legends scene and would love to return there and be at championships. And they are names who certainly are worthy of doing so as they now get aggressive and Ape Gang gets eliminated. But is there going to be anyone to pick the pieces up? No, DNO survive, and that was a very important push just to try and take a little bit of space here.
I mean, it's fascinating, isn't it? The team, you know, DNO, you've got Xenox, Lou, and Duplex, all players who have been some of the standouts, but for whatever reason, fallen off of, you know, the rosters that they've had put together for various different reasons. But now they all find themselves together, trying to pull off something in this last chance qualifier. Speaking of pulling something off, I mean, Trev Stacks at the moment, he's, yeah, good idea to turn away from that one because it didn't look too good for him. KSR eliminated, we'll pretend that didn't happen, but DNO's still alive here as we're into our top 3.
And now Stallions had a good position, but as they move into this circle, it really depends if they can get onto a rock. But I think because of where the other 2 teams are, Stallions still hold the best position because the other 2 squads are going to have to fight against one another and be forced into an engagement here in this RB.
Well, Xenox has got to pop a barrier at some point, you would imagine. Instead, he decides that the death is fine. Lou is going to be the last player alive for them. Duplex is still trying to do what he can as well. Excuse me, Duplex was still alive, but now this is just the trigger here, Dan, for Stallions to move in and try and pick up the pieces.
Yeah, Stallions get into a position to try and get some angles here, but the knocks still haven't come through, so Stallions have to be careful. They are in the best position to win the game for sure, but they just have to have a little bit of patience before they get involved.
DNO are eliminated. Stallions up on height. The IG are going to have to leave this building in a few seconds' time. The trailer is not going to be comfy enough. It's not going to be good. Stallions will be your champions of game number 1. Acclimatize a finish
on this, but they need to be worried about Secret Formula, who are holding that northeast side.
I'm wondering if that Catwall was just a little too early, perhaps. Yes, they're blocking the vision off to their left, but you mentioned it. Secret Formula is off to the right. So is that solo from Meat Lovers here. Comes a creeping barrage as well. All the information that they can work with too. 4 squads left. They lose out on Design though. He gets isolated out of position. There's a squad that I was worried about that's now going to come right in front of them. That's going to be Secret Formula on the other side of this fight.
Yeah, Secret Formula doing damage, Designful going down, but the res could potentially happen. Second guesses himself because the nade, as Secret Formula will push up, as now Secret Formula holds central zone here and have a fantastic chance with a Kraber in the back pocket. Only one bullet left to maybe try and do some real damage as the grenade's now starting to tick onto the dojo.
Oh, they finish up Design. Can we get another one from Oi? They know it's a rat. They know it's a rat on the other side here. Just gotta hold on to it. The suspense while they play off the back end, but Secret Formula, they are in the best position right now in this lobby. Natural cover from the rocks. They have the black market behind them in case they want to swap off the Kraber after they use that last bullet, but they are locked in right now with the cat wall. They block out the vision and they're gonna try to fully send it.
Well, can the dojo do anything as a 2 here? Secret Formula will send it on to the remaining player, and actually they've taken quite a lot of damage there. Is the dojo in any position to try and take this fight? Do they know it's a 2 that they're going up against? Still 1 bullet left with the Kraber though.
Well, they know they took care of Design long ago. Enemy gets taken out here. Yuban is really low here too. Oi is dancing around this rock with the PK in hand. Trying to contest that. Barrel stuffs him with the PK shot.
And to think about how they want to play this final circle. 35 seconds to have a little bit of a think and a discussion between your side of how you want to approach this one. Furia, they're just a 2 on the low ground. So one of the most difficult positions for them. Everyone else seems to be healthy enough. But this circle is going to be going between these 2 buildings. So that those little crates that you see in the middle of your screen, that's about where the circle will finish. So it is going to be a tough old journey for everyone involved. No one is in prime position right now when it comes to the center circle.
Oh, they're making a play on the roof. They're trying to take this most hated away from the dojo, and they might be the most hated if they're not careful. However, the dojo hold for now. Dynastity's last alive. Is anyone going to try and follow up on this damage? 2 still alive here. Enemy is going to be taken down to barely any shields. And now Designful says, you know what? You can all scrap. You can all fight. I'm going to try and survive. But it's going to be short-lived. The dojo are eliminated as Stallions take the height.
Stallions take the height. Stallions on 43. Stallions are 7 points away from match point. A victory here would do it. In fact, I mean, top 2 and some kills would probably do it. And they're in a pretty good spot. Slayer's, though, taking some damage. He's down low on his own, and now that's so tough for Stallions. If they were all on the roof, they would have had a real chance here, but now they're going to have to work their way as a 2. Good news for them is there is another 2 on the board, though. Furia are 2 that they're working with at the same time.
Furia down on that low ground. You can see that Zeratricky is trying to do what he can to survive. I wonder if Furia have been taken down to just 1. That is going to be the case. Stallions up on that high ground, so close here to match point. If they can close this out with a win and some KP alongside it, they've already got 3, then maybe this is going to be our first team hitting match point in our last chance qualifier. Dark Veil ready. Dark Veil going to be raised here. They cut the zone, but they're going to be cut themselves. All of a sudden, what looked like a really good play looks a little bit more sketchy for them, but now they make the call to drop. Stallions is going to drop down here. Native Gaming looking to drop on this when the damage is now going to be done. They do, and Native Gaming
Circle starts closing behind them. Moby indicated that maybe Dojo could capitalize off of this, sends out that smoke here too. He is him. Can he be Himmy though? Creeping barrage now getting sent out. See if they got the opportunity, but enemy from behind gets caught by Yuban.
Even as the solo player alive manages to take him down, and now the dojo. The keys have been handed over to Timmy. Had to use that ultimate as well just to try and buy a little bit of time. Respawn coming in here. Albrelele will have a part in this endgame, and there's a couple of death boxes in and around the vicinity of Furia. Question is he going to be able to pick something up? Because that zone is closing right behind them. Timmy somehow has managed to kind of avoid everything right now. Look at the placement points he's just picked up by doing that. Noxus gone, Native gone, Right's gone, Chattermas Prime, Drop-In Gaming all go, and the dojo are in the top 5.
Everyone dropping like flies, and Furia on the rotate after getting the fresh res. They're still able to access the box at their feet. Catwalk coming in, and Timmy is running for his life. Looked like they wanted to use a black hole, but holding on to it. Panda's with a good decision making here. Looking at the other teams also rotating, that's going to be KSR off to their
あ
left
れで
with the
頭で
rampart
チャン
and
ピオン
the
とか
amp
や
walls
ったらあれ
coming
わからん
in
最後の
too.
一人や
I
った
don't
のか
know
わからん
how
けど
Timmy is still alive, but he is
決勝
surviving
チャンピオン
as a
とかやったら
solo.
一番
He
良かった
takes
け
the
ど
zip line up north,
まだ
and now
40分
Yuven and him are going to be able to face off, even with the shield swap. Timmy gets the knock and takes out Secret Formula, gets the revenge for his
世
teammate.
界
Oh
大
my
会で
goodness, how is Timmy doing
366
the
プレー
way
だ
of our controller? Everybody loves watching M&K movement, and Timmy's one of the best in the world at it. He's still alive here. As we have 3 squads remaining. Furia, Team Stability, and it's Himmy if he can pull this one off.
He is him! And the fact that he juked them thinking, I'm not going to go on the gravity lift here, I'm just going to be able to take some extra cover, restabilize, but with the smoke, it's a little bit of an indicator. Zero knows, sends out the spikes in his direction. Timmy's going to take a shot at him. Taking to the skies, though, is an indicator that Fury know exactly where they are, or rather where he is, but they can't drop down here unless they want to try to use the gravity lift again and risk for a third party coming in from Team Stability on the other side.
Timmy can kind of find an alt excel here. He can call some ping. There's no way he gets him in, by the way. There's no way they call this in, right?
No.
It's going to be a little bit of extra cover, surely. You would imagine. If Timmy sticks... It would be the most Timmy thing in the world, by the way, if he goes to stick this res and pulls it off. I'm just saying.
Oh my god!
Alright, it's the bait. The circle's closing in.
新マ
He's
ッ
got to
プ
play for his life at this point. Evac Tower coming in. Magnus getting the knock on top of Lily.
今にヘルゴマリア
Just things falling from the sky out here too. Trying to greet them, block out their vision with the smoke nades. They know he's right there. They can't give their focus and attention to a rat though when they have another squad right in front of them. He's actually gonna do it! Are you kidding me?
He's sticking it. It is the most Timmy thing possible. As now Fury are forced down
No!
the ground. They are going to fall. Shubi gets the first one for Team Stability. Madness is going to have time here to bat, but Fury from that height are going to have to leave, and that is opening the door for Team Stability. But all of a sudden it's a 2v2. And
デザイン
here
フル振ってきた
comes
で
Design
おお
He's
すごい
got nothing to work with but his fists. But maybe he can do enough to open the door for Timmy here.
Open up the gates here. Timmy's playing on the knockdown. He gets a crack, but right behind him, he's outnumbered. Dojo get eliminated in a fashionable way as Team Stability with just Shubi alive finds himself in a 1v3. Furia with a number advantage, and the team, if they're able to get that cat wall online already quick enough. Ooh, the bow check too. Hiding up the sky. 5 squads left. Apegan in such a good spot on this high ground. They have some natural cover off the top. Once he wants to go back up again with the gravity lift, gets a quick scope here, it looked like maybe. Even maybe a shield back here too. Oh yes, he's got only 35 bullets, 10 in the reserve here for the Prowler. That's definitely what he's going to be working with here too. Yeah, good call out on there. Gets right back on top of the high ground here with the gravity lift. And holding this position and looking at his other teammates, they're playing split up. They get another knock, and that's exactly what we were expecting once that zone was going to close in right behind Secret Formula.
I mean, now it's just a matter of being spoiled for choice. You have so many options. You just have to make sure that you can get it done. You only have 2 reloads now of your Nemesis to be able to do damage. You got Wi-Fi down below trying to be involved, but look at Bursty on kick on the fuse. He's going to play a massive role here in this fight, allowing Thales to figure this out and push with the Prowler. They've got very minimal room for error, but I think they can do it, especially with their position right now, Vicky. It is just a matter of closing it out. They will have a win, and with 31 points, 2 squads left, they can easily be in the 40-point range if they can close this one out.
Ape Gang need this, and they are in the best position to work with on this high ground. Fury are making their way now over. BIL playing off the low ground. Ape Gang get the memo. They drop down. They want an invite to the party here too. And what is left is cleaned up. Ape Gang are your...
Secret Formula, they need 6 more points to get onto match point themselves. No KP for the team at the moment, but they are forcing their way towards that zone. Keep your eyes on that kill feed. Good shots coming in from right now. Should be able to finish this one off as well and manage to do so. They're getting closer. They're getting closer and closer to match point, but they still need 2 here, Dan.
Still need 2. 7 squads remaining. DNO are starting to pick up some points here, which is catching them up to Furia. Remember, if Dojo win here, it will be second place afterwards as DNO go down. 4 squads remain. Secret Formula going to fall as well. We're down to just 2. It's Dojo versus DNO for a chance to be at the Apex Championships.
Dojo, this is your moment. This is where you have to clutch up. They will know it better than anyone how close they are. The Bangalore goes down. The black hole is destroyed. But the Dark Veil is also down. Duplex finds a safe place. And he also has a vantage spot here. Duplex is down! Duplex is down, and that means the dojo have a chance to move in with a 3v2 to close out match point and send themselves to the ALGS Championships. It's all about being patient here, Dan.
It's all about the patience, it's all about the drama. They've played so incredibly well over the last few days. The LZQ has been dominated by Dojo, and a chance to wrap it up here now with a 3 versus 2.
3 versus 2, still Lou and Xenox alive. Can Dupe get back towards Lou? Are they going to be able to get a res off here? The damage is being done though, and you can see that Designful has given the signal to go. They fly in, the Dojo, they came out swinging, they came out fighting, and they leave with tickets booked to Birmingham.
SM holding on, they're into the top 5. Guard eliminated. Remember, Ascend are still alive. SSG and Dreamfire are fighting, and Dreamfire have gone down. Fnatic are weak. This could be Ascend versus TSM.
What a moment this is.
TSM.ババアみたいな声のやつがいるな。
A でキャリアダウン。
クソ。
キャリアがやられた。ここだよ。あと30秒。
40歳やろ。ごめん。ごめん。
最後の一人だ。A でキャリアダウン。
さあもう一戦。まだまだいけますよね。
おい、俺の俺とトントンねえババアてめえ。殺すぞ。邪魔くさ。バイバイ。シャバ。どけどけどけバーカ。こっち来んなお前ら。ついてくんな。もうついてくんなって。気持ち悪いな。ババアの趣味ないねん。殺すぞ。
セントリー設置。
危な。
一人やった。最後の
いた。
一人だ。あと30秒。B でキャリアダウン。
スカイ、あんたの狼やったらわかんないけど、とにかく索敵は頼んだよ。
かいがババアが。
ゴーゴーゴー。残量わずか。
また木来た。勘弁。
武器があるか。リロード。みんな回復して。いけ。キャリアがやられた。
残り1名、あと30秒。B でキャリアダウン。
何この壁。
バイク設置。
あ、間違えた。
B に敵確認。
やばい。
いけ。
最後の1人だ。
お前邪魔邪魔邪魔邪魔。眩しい。ああ。
クラッチ。
お前のフラッシュのせいや。こいつ害悪プレイヤーや。報告しろ。わざわざやったなこいつ。報告。じゃあチームに対する妨害や。詳細に書こう。僕にあれフラッシュ焚いてきました。
私の力を信じて。
こいつバン。永久バンなお前。
じゃあ行くよ。
A に敵確認。
針の時間だ。
ひもオペレーターおる。なんで俺オペレーター199しかもらってないんや。オペレーターじゃないのかな。オペレーターのはずやけど音が一発150じゃないな。何99ってなんでわからんな。なんでなんやろ。マジ腹痛え。このゲームには休憩ねえのか。いやでもなんか当たり判定胴体でしたけど、足に当たっても一発のはずやけどオペレーターって。いやでも足120か。じゃあ違うのか。でも99って何や。死ね。あいつ許さん。もう一回挑んだろ。ネオンウルトでボコしたろあいつ。許せん。お腹痛い。無理無理無理無理。うわ720度回っとんのかこれ。2回転しとんのか。すごっ。
財布お願い。
お腹が痛いのら。やばい、本当にお腹が痛いです。4対0でなんでこのタイミングでウルト回収したの。やば化け物やろ。俺よりエグいわやっとること。降参降参、お腹痛い、お願いお願い、みんな降参しよう。いや必要ない、俺にはこいつがある。頼む頼む、もうおいババアてめえ降参しろや。お前やろ降参投票してないの。いらんいらんこんなの。なんで俺がスパイク持ってんの。ぶち殺すぞお前。お前フラッシュ入れろ先。邪魔だわバカ、殺すぞ。はい甘いヘッドショット。お前やば、レレレしとる俺に弾当ててくんの。エイペックスやれよ。
恐怖を見せてやる。
あマジで早く離席します味方こいつ全部に当ててきやがる。フラッシュ俺に逆にうまい。トイレもう無理お前ら頑張れ。無理無理無理、本当に無理。
誰か買ってもらえますか。フィールドテストを始めるよ。
遊びたいのか、相手になろう。
敵を見つけて。セントリー設置。タレットがやられた。A に敵確認。スパイクキャリアがやられた。
A でキャリアーダウン。
気をつけて。やった。じゃあね。スパイク入手。A に敵がいる。セントリー設置。
キャリアーがやられた。A でキャリアーダウン。あと30秒。あと10秒。
チームとして動くんだよ。うぬぼれたヒーローはいらないからね。
進め。タレット展開。バリアよ。回復するわ。グレネード配置。グレネード展開。アラームボット展開。気をつけて。
気をつけて。
残り1名、最後の1人だ。
生態情報もらっていくよ。ごめんね。
さあ戦いの時間です。
何？スポーンされませんでした？ふざけどんな？
任せておいて。
なんやそれは。井原さんかい。
セントに設置。見えないでしょ。
ムカつくな。報告しよう。
壁を展開。ボットを回収。
スカイスカイ。
ここだよ。
こいつ報告。
排除完了。アルティメット準備完了。
当ててきます。びっくり。
敵残り1名。
5人分報告しとこう。4人分か。
ごめん、8時。ヘブンにいる。
これで番。おい、ふざけんじゃねえよ、ババア。てめえのせいや、もう。ふざけやがっててめえ。ぶち殺すぞ。早くラウンド取れ。
最後の
6対
1
2
人
や
だ。。
僕なんか
1v1 カモン。
グレネード配置。グレネード展開。想定通り。
何それ。どういう勝ち方や。
油断は禁物です。
グレネード使うな。
足をすくわれますよ。
あー、オペレーター使えるんやけど、ラッキー。トイレ行ってよかった。俺に先陣切らせろ。うわ空からコンドームが降ってきたけどな。いいや。どけどけどけどけ。おい、情けねえやつらやで。覗いてこんやん。あれ、味方 A 行ってますよ。あ、やべやべやべ。めっちゃキーボードに当たる。なんか
逃げた方がいいかもね。
何どこに行けばいいのこれ。ああ、破壊された。そんなんある。破壊とか
A に敵がいる。
CT が何かわからんわ。
グレネード展開。エリアに敵なし。
スジャッジ。
なんだそれ。死んでんやん。今行くぜ。
P 空いてるかな。
何もわからん、お前の言って
タレ
ること。
ット展開。
危な。
あと30秒。
キルジョイだけつけたから。
は？ふざけんなこのゲーム。俺のオペレーター返せ。
アラームボット配置。グレネード配置。グレネード展開。B ボットがやられた。
あと10秒。最後の1人。
バイバイ。3人。
何しとんの。
私、
ナイストライ。お前マジでババアがやっとんのかこのゲーム。ムカつくな。ババアみたいな声 嫌やね。高3高3。
でも
ああもう使えんくなってまったし。
誰か買ってくれない？
自分で買え。
誰か買ってもらえますか？節約するね。
これがいる。感謝
誰か買ってもらえますか？戦え。
何この木意味わからん。
視界を塞ぐ。
え、誰もいないんやけど。何こんなすんなり入れんの。
影が向かう。
キャリアがやられた。 B でキャリアダウン。行くよ。
はあ、おいやばっ。
フェイドを倒した。アルティメットをつけるよ。
ごめん。
スーパーヘッドショットやん。
攻守交代前最終ラウンド。
何も残せない。すべて使い切る。
うん。
相棒たちの出番だね。
セントリー設置。
遊びたいのか？相手になる。
見えないでし
影が向かう。
待て、このウルトがあれば俺はたまるぞ。
ょ。アルティメット準備完了。さあ行こう。
やばいやばいやばいやばい。
パンチだ。遅すぎ。
甘すぎ。オペレーターおるやん。そりゃ勘弁だわ。
最後の一人だ。A でキャリアダウン。よし。
グレネード配置。グレネード展開。
外した。逆に奇跡。
残り1名。
セントリー設置。
勝つ。
カウントダウン開始。グレネード配置。グレネード展開。
攻守を交代。
彼らの罪の重さを思い知らせてやりましょう。
タレット展開。
本命は守りだべ。
まだまだやれるでしょ。
7つの廃材いってらっしゃいませ。見たことないな。
A に敵複数。排除。気をつけて。気をつけて。気をつけて。
A でキャリアダウン。
うわびっくりした。ね
ありがとう。
勘弁勘弁。
変数を除去。ごめんなさい。気をつけて。
敵残り1名。
は危なっ。
だよ。そこだよ。
銃がある。銃がある。
いい。銃はただの
何このスキンやば。
道具
あやばこれすげえ。水族館スキンや。プラネタリウムや。 アニメ数話見たらあげる1話であげます。アニメなんて基本キングダムぐらいや。なんかな、面白くないよ。ハマるほど。危なっ。なんかたまたま一人やったけど。
こっちチェーバーだけだ。聞いた。ナイス。
敵残り1名。
チェ
B でキ
ーバー
ャリアダウン
別に歩い。てる。
ゴーゴーゴー。
銃があるよ。銃があるよ。
中央に敵確認。
回復するよ。
中
じゃあ行くよ。パーフェクト。
のー
チャージ不足。
まとめて相手になります。
タレット
展開。グレネード配置。
こっち多いかも。
気をつけて。
行くよ。
消えた。
入ってる。
スパイクを設置。
俺の裏取り意味なくなったよ、お前が。そんなやってまったら。何これ。危なっ。待て。
一人だ。
俺がこれがあれば何でもできる。はい、甘い。
アルティメット準備完了。
やばい、もう間に合わん。バイバイ。無理。オペレーターがあればそれでいい。おわ、ふざけんなよ、お前。マジで。俺のオペレーターが。
じゃあ行くよ。
買います。買い物するよ。
近道だ。
なんだこれ。頭いってんやん。さすがに負け。
スパイクを設置。最後の一人だ。
俺を失ったチームに勝ち目ないわ。
セントリー設置。 るべきことは分かっているわ。
賛成賛成。
ほら仕事の時間だ。
お遊びはここまでだ。
ボットを戻すよ。ボットを戻すよ。スパイクを設置。
タレット展開。
最後の一人だ。じゃあね。行け。さあさあ、まだ終わりじゃないよ。
セントリー設置。
トゥトップ。
行くよ。
やべやべやべ。あ、やべ、なんかショットが勝ったな。
行くよ。
ここ監視中。
いねえのか。
アラームボットダウン。
逃げた方がいいかもね。スパイクを設置。
倒した。回復お願い。
さあ
通してもらうよ。
結構いけるやん。間違えた。
ゴーゴーゴー。敵残り1名。
スパイクを解除した。レッドがやられた。気をつけて。
行け。スリフティ。
次はカニ歩きしようか。なんでねさ。
また戦いの時間だ。
スリフティー
新たな気持ちで行こう。
壁強いな。
タレット展開。アラームボット展開。
素早く動いて素早く撃つ。ウルフがやられた。
またオペレーターおるべ。
お遊びはここまでだ。
グレネード展開。
B でキャリアダウン。いたよ。ボットがやられた。アルティメット準備完了。 B でキャリアダウン。最後の一人だ。マッチポイント。
弱点を突き一箇所崩せばそのままその崩れになる。
セントリー設置。
思い知らせてやる。ゴーゴーゴー。狩りの時間だ。
オペレーター対決しよう。どけどけどけどけ。やったー、オペレーター来た。かっこいいこのスキン。
グレネード配置。
スパイクを設置。敵残り1名。
何これ。
行くよ。
あ、終わってまったやんか。だる。
チャージじゃあ行くよ。チャージ不足。残量注意。死んじゃダメだよ。方法なら教えてあげるからさ。これくれない？
ありがとう。タレット展開。
じゃあ行くよ。アラームボット展開。
遊びたいのか。
やられた。
恐怖を見せてやる。
グレネード展開。
スパイクを設置。
視界を嘘。視界を嘘。お遊びはここまで。
アタッカーの勝利。
は？黙れよ。ぶち殺す。
Thieves staying in there, which have quietly kept into a very consistent position. And overall, if you look at the standings, you'll see right here that we've got a myriad of representation. Mark Blackhand obviously at the top, and Dan, look at this. I mean, everyone seems to have a go. Even South America and Start to Fight Esports there in September.
And I'm pretty confident those 10 teams are into the winners bracket with the points total that they find themselves on.
Wow.
So at the moment, I think that they're guaranteed. Singularity and NRG should be, but then this is where it starts to get interesting. Jailing's on 98, 100 Thieves on 97. Could be okay, but Pioneers at 91. I feel like this is where it starts to get very dicey. And a lot of these teams that are playing in this next series are going to be aiming for that points total.
Riddle Order have to perform as well. We know they have the ability to do so, but only 74 points. Obviously, this is a big chance. And when you look at the back half of this, Mark, what stands out to you as the teams in that bottom 20 that need to perform to get there? Maybe you would be expecting to be in the winners, but might not be able to do it.
I mean, two teams that are in the top 10 of our finals at the Split 2 playoffs are down at the bottom of the leaderboards at the moment. You've got Oxygen Esports, a lot of maybe pressure after the expectation level has been risen for them over the last couple of events, but FaZe as well. I mean, a lot of times you can see FaZe involved in end games, teams get caught in their rotates. Quite seem to be coming together for them at the moment, but there's opportunities ahead of them to put that right.
one of the more difficult things is when a team isn't winning, they don't get that interview at the end. So you kind of have to wait to see what they're thinking, what is going wrong. Maybe we talk about in between games or at the hotel later on. But of course, we are looking for several squads to answer the questions we might have of them. Best way to answer them, though, is through your gameplay. And speaking of who is about to play, let's take a look at the teams participating in our final set of the day. And when it comes to it, I mean, to me, A and C have so many big names, so many stories around them. From It's Timmy, you look at Designful, Enemy, from Dojo. They've been performing well, all the way to the TSMs, the Optics, which I think have been phenomenal, and Disguise as well, our two LCQ teams.
Yeah, I think one thing to keep an eye on World's Edge, especially, is we've seen this long-standing contest going down between Alliance and Dojo.
Yes.
And with the position that both these teams are actually in at the moment, it doesn't really favor either of the teams to know that they're going into a game, and if it's a hot contest, that they'll come out of it with 0, because both of them at the moment are kind of on the outside looking into that top 20. So I think for both of them, it's either maybe we contest game 1, maybe we contest game 2, but I don't think you can afford to have 3 games in a row where you might lose the contest and come out with 0 points.
Both teams desperately need it. In fact, you just mentioned FaZe, that is what happened to them earlier on. A question, though, that cannot be avoided is 2 of the top teams going head-to-head again for our last group stage match. Of course, it's TSM, and it is Dark Zero. Dark Zero recently winning our Split 2 playoffs in London. TSM taking the very first one in February. But Dark Zero, you have to say, they have put together not only a couple of unbelievable wins, but some surprisingly inspiring performances in the way that they have been able to battle people's expectations and keep proving that they are better than we think. In fact, we've had a chance to take a look at Dark Zero's story in a very cool way.
The back-to-back champions.
Match point specialists!
Dark Zero, a team representing APAC South in year 2 of the ALGS, shocked the world, winning both the Split 2 playoffs and the ALGS championship. And yet, their ambitions were still unsatisfied.
Moving to NA just improved our gameplay overall. We're definitely a better team than we once were last year.
And in their first split in NA, the region lived up to that challenge as DZ struggled and many questioned if they had made the right decision. Near the end of the split, things looked dire, but then in the regional finals, they narrowly squeaked into land qualification.
Yeah, we're just not very used to rotations of all NA teams, so we've only played against the ones who had been to lands.
But the split was behind them. All that mattered now was land. Despite having to go through the loser's bracket, they made it to the finals lobby. Dark Zero had the chance to do the unthinkable. The 3P to cement themselves as a dynasty and the greatest team of all time.
The vibes were good, but we had to adjust to a whole new character comp.
Just adjusting to the characters, the fit wasn't very good.
We didn't do too well when we first moved.
Not only did DZ finish in a somewhat disappointing 13th place,
TSM up in the skies! House goes down from the heavens! London belongs to TSM!
but their rivals, TSM, took home the trophy. Heading into Split 2, the conversation was no longer about the dominance of Dark Zero. But they began the split strong, showing they had begun to adjust to the style of play in North America, and then a bombshell dropped. Sharky, a longtime member of the team, retired.
I was just pretty scuffed looking for a third. We had very minimal time to pick Rambo and then to pick Zyno. The fundamentals he showed was the main decision behind it.
When I joined DC, it was a little nerve-wracking, first joining the team.
Although Zynu was such a new addition to the team with little turnaround time before the regional finals, the results were instant.
Dark Zero are gonna do it! Dark Zero are gonna win it again! The match point specialist surely see this one out, and they do!
But finally, the Split 2 playoffs have arrived. Dark Zero's chance to redeem themselves on the international stage is here. During their run to the finals lobby, they went under the radar as TSM and Alliance stole the headlines. But all of that changed very quickly.
It would be a mesmerizing play if he could pull this off, but Jed's had time now to pop that battery, send in Zynu, send in Jed Burden, send the victory screen towards Dark Zero.
It only took Dark Zero 3 games to reach match point. They came close to closing it out immediately after, in Game 4, but ended up finally sealing the deal and winning their 3rd LAN title in the last 4 attempts. The Dark Zero dynasty was now cemented in the history books forever. Zero once again proved to be arguably the greatest IGL in history. Jen Burton answered the doubters who believed he had fallen off since moving to North America, and the rookie Zynu won a LAN in his first ever split of Pro League. And yet, the job is not finished. In year 3 of the ALGS, both Dark Zero and TSM have won a LAN, and all time they are now tied at 3 apiece.
Yes, everyone hyping up TSM obviously because this year, but we are definitely the favorites. I don't like being the favorite, I like being the underdog. Like it adds to the story, you know? But yeah, we're definitely the favorites.
I think it's just us and TSM, basically no one else, so like either or. Okay, well, we're gonna win.
But with our eyes now set on the championship,
Our Dark Zero, the favorites to win it all and claim the title as the greatest team of all time.
A heavy weight to carry no matter who you are, the greatest team of all time. Could they do it? Certainly, if they win here in Birmingham, we would have to start having that conversation. But as you can see from Zero and the rest of the team, they feel pretty confident they'll be able to lift the trophy. One person who's been following their journey and now has been following us somehow to Birmingham, UK, they may not expect, was in the stands, helping to produce, create, narrate, and overall help us with catching these storylines and making sure to fill out the important moments that happen behind the scenes with these players. And it is none other than Jayhawk, who is joining us now as a surprise guest on the desk. Jayhawk, how are you feeling, man? Welcome to Birmingham, and it's great to have you working with us behind the scenes and telling these stories that are so important to educate our fans about the journeys these players go through.
It's a surreal experience, honestly. I've been on the other side of the screen so many times, watching LAN, seeing you guys talk about all these teams, watching these moments, and actually getting to be here in person, meet all the players, you know, and actually experience the crowd and the atmosphere, the Dreamfire fans. It's a blast.
What's been the one thing that you feel separates being at LAN versus doing it? Because you make so much content on YouTube that people consume. We've consumed it in our backstage as well, prepping for some of the regions that we don't get a chance to see as much. What's the big difference that you've experienced so far being here actually in person?
Just the sense of community. Like, you get to meet so many fans of teams from around the world. You get to see the players, the meet and greets, and just walking around the stadium. The coaches, the different orgs, the people behind the scenes, you guys, the talent here. The community that you get to experience being here in person, it's like nothing else.
Yeah, and Mark and Dan, they can attest. We've been using a lot of the not only narration for some of the videos that people have seen and may not be seeing very, very soon, but also just the fact that these stories are really what make our esport. And I'm curious to you, if this story in particular, Dark Zero TSM, you feel that there's some type of, I don't know, change in what the narrative might be? Do you think there's something surprising that people aren't expecting? Maybe TSM coming out stronger than some might think? Or do you think, you know, Dark Zero, with their confidence, really deserve it and they are going to hoist that trophy this time around?
Well, the interesting part about this rivalry is that I think a lot of people, when they see these teams constantly winning, you watch from their perspective, it seems so easy. They just walk into the zone, and it seems like, well, they got lucky. They got a circle that was near them. Something just was blessed to them, and they just happened to win. But when you really delve into their gameplay and the fact that only 2 teams have been able to win a LAN, you realize that there's something unique about these 2 teams, and it's really hard to not expect them to do it again here at Champs.
Yeah.
And so I don't know who wins between these 2. I feel like there's an added motivation for TSM, having seen Dark Zero tie it up last time. But at the same time, I know that Zero, he is a man on a mission. Jed Burton is ready to win, and Zainu, this kid has never lost on match point.
Well, that's a hell of a record. He's only played once, but it is an incredible record to see that as well. And Jayhawk, I'm sure either way, great stories will unfold, whether Dark Zero or TSM win this time around. They may get a title temporarily, but just like in Split 1, where it was all TSM, Dark Zero, they have taken it back and have set us up for a wonderful champs. Thank you so much. We hope to see you throughout the event and throughout maybe the broadcast yet again. But in terms of getting to the games, which are almost underway, we've got to lean in with our predictions. And of course, the talent we've been talking behind the scenes, who we think is going to do well in this one. A lot of Optic Gaming's actually. Spider Tip with a Realize. Dark Zero with Genome, who, you know, I have to always joke with is now North America's pride, because they, you know, they switch regions. So he doesn't like that joke.
I'm not sure we like that joke.
I'm not sure Mark likes that joke. Dan doesn't like it either. Yeah, Jayhawk likes it, okay? And so we've got that first one. I want to go to the final page as well. That way we can kind of digest this completely, because I think, Jayhawk, you've got a pick also. Why don't you talk to us about the pick? Oxygen Esports. Talk to me about them.
Yeah, Oxygen Esports is a team that, as we saw in the last Split 2 playoffs, they're a dominant force. We've seen them actually prove it on LAN. There was a big question mark going into the last Split 2 playoffs. Can they actually do it? They did it. They handled the pressure. Now the pressure is here again in a way they haven't experienced it before. But they've been a team this entire year. In Apex, there's a lot of roster shifts. They didn't choose to do that despite Split 1 only finishing in 16th in North America. When you look in the stats of what they've done so far, they are struggling in two areas, kills and on Storm Point. And that is what Oxygen thrives at. They were dominant on Storm Point in the Split 2 playoffs, and obviously they're one of the best fighting teams in the world, and so I am expecting them to handle that pressure, bounce back. The BR Demons are going to show up.
I love it. I mean, that's
I'm sold.
Oxygen. Mama Reeds, I know, is in the house as well. Plenty of family all around, and from Dark Zero and obviously Oxygen, we've got representation. TSM's parents as well. Hal's parents are here, and brother actually. But Mark and Dan, quickly before we have to go into the series, which I'm sure people are waiting for, talk to me a little bit about your picks, why you selected these.
I mean, I looked at Optic Gaming because coming into the tournament, I thought they were one of the form teams. When you were watching the international scrims, they were always within the top 5 week after week. It felt like they were just consistently putting points on the board, but it has been somewhat surprising to see them on the bubble going into this last set that we're going to see. But there are some good signs. I feel like there were some good Optic Gaming signs last time that we saw them on our screens. We saw them really start to participate in a few more end games, and I just believe that it will come together at the right time for them. I expect to see them in the winner's side.
I was bullied, right? I wanted to put TSM, I wanted to pick Dark Zero. You can't do that, it's boring. So I went for Alliance. Maybe there'll be an outside pick, but really I wanted to pick one of TSM or Dark Zero. But the scary thing about this group is, because TSM and Dark Zero are going to be competing, it's going to be difficult for a lot of these bubble teams to get points, which what makes it so exciting.
And that's what makes all of these other stories possibly the story that we start focusing on. It's easy to lose track when you have two big kind of bright lights in front of you. Maybe somebody sneaks in the darkness to go ahead and claim the spotlight. We'll find out very soon. But for those watching, we want to make sure that you are getting what you deserve, which of course, well, it's a good time, but it's Twitch drops. That's really what I'm talking about. Thursday is today. It's Crimson Hawk Valkyrie skin time, so make sure you grab that. Hopefully you got your Crimson Striker Peacekeeper skin as well to go along with it to finish off some downed opponents in game. But Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we turn up the heat. You'll see more people in the stands. Here you will see more action from the exclusive ALGS Championship stickers, holo sprays, and ultimately the gun charm, which you can show off every single moment that you are playing Apex Legends. Wow. So excited about this, and you know what I'm very excited about as well, something that happens to a very well-deserving player. I'm not going to tell you who it is yet, but EA Electronic Arts has introduced the new Positive Play Award. They've selected Apex Legends and a player from this community to have the representation of earning that first award in this prestigious category of being somebody who honors the community and being a bright light, someone who is extremely supportive and obviously shows us what it means to be a true team player and a good influence. We have the votes tallied. You have voted. We have found out who it is, and we will reveal it on September 10th. So stay tuned for our Positive Play Award coming up on Championship Sunday. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited. It's our final series of the day. We've got bracket stage after this, but one more matchup between A and C. Let's kick it over to our casters and see what they got.
Hey, thank you so much, Rain Day. We couldn't be more excited to be here in the Resorts World Arena. Spider, Tiff, and Dia, we're going to be calling all the action. Before we jump into that, I want to touch base on a point that Gaskin mentioned up there, talking about the big hitters in the lobby soaking up a lot of the points.
Yeah, it's really interesting talking to other teams that are participating in this matchup because, of course, everybody's looking at making it to winner's bracket, having a little bit of extra safety. But there's another point of focus, and that is that with the 2 LAN winners in the lobby, it's also your best opportunity not just to make the winner's bracket, but to practice for finals. That even if you jump into loser's bracket, you have the chance to make. So look out for everybody playing their best game of Apex Legends. It doesn't have to be about collecting kills, it has to be about preparing for the wins. And on Storm Point is where we're going to be starting that whole journey.
And it's going to be really fun. We've got a couple contests to keep our eyes on. Specifically, we might get that Optic Gaming Gombare Otosan over at Downbeat. We'll look towards that later. But I know even in the green room, Bullet and Graceful, they were talking about how it's actually really nice to start out on Storm Point as opposed to World's Edge. They might be able to gather a lot of points for teams like Oxygen Esports. You know, Jayhawk was mentioning it on the desk, saying they are so good at getting points through the Split 2 playoffs. But think back to Split 2 playoffs, so many of those zones pulled barometer, and they were able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, and it was also at a point in time where beacons were a little bit more predictable for Oxygen, and now where Beacons have, I think, been punishing for a lot of teams. We'll see how they deal with that, because Barometer, while it is relatively central, is also vulnerable in that it often has to go straight through the center of the map at the same time as a lot of other teams rotating. It's not exactly like Fish Farms, where you can take your time looting up and still play a nice, decent edge game of Apex Legends. So I'm wondering whether Barometer will end up biting Oxygen, but they're a team that I had very high hopes for coming into this LAN, and despite the fact that they are not quite in position to qualify the winner's bracket, I haven't fallen off that train just yet.
This is a series that needs to be the best of their life. Granted, you go to that elimination bracket. It's not over just yet. You'll be able to play your best. But that Aurora complexity at Cenote Cave, throughout all of international scrims, it has been so chaotic to watch. And I can only imagine, after reading the timeline between Oirain and Impulse and Monsoon, they are just ready to duke it out. But Dark Zero nearby at the mill, should they decide to maybe third party one of the potential contests nearby, it could throw a wrench in their game, and Complexity needs to perform here today, as well as Aurora.
You know that Dark Zero loves the third party, and I'll be honest, if it's me, I might pop over towards Downed Beast, because no matter who wins that particular contest, making the lives of Optic harder is going to be really important, especially as they're another arguably finals contender. The way they've performed in group stage has been really strong. There's a reason I predicted them for the series.
Oh, well, tell me more. I mean, obviously, they're really impressive. Landing over there at Down Beast, they get a plethora of loot, usually good shields, easy rotates, and especially when you start to think about how some of those Storm Point zones have enacted to going up towards North Pad, where Fnatic will land, and they seem relatively uncontested this time, you know, obviously a little more clear, but TSM at the wall, Optic at Down Beast, Dark Zero at the mill, that's a lot of the top titans just surrounding them, and they have a must-perform here to get into the winner's bracket.
Absolutely. So, in fact, we're about to jump into the lobby. So we got Legend Select up, which is an important time for us to figure out exactly how teams like MDY White, who do need a breakout series, are going to be performing this. Importantly, they've chosen to go with the Gibraltar, which is a departure from the meta of the championship so far, but not a pick that's been absent. 100 Thieves have been picking this up as well, and I don't think the Gibraltar is an out-of-nowhere pick. I think you can really get some serious value out of this particular Legend.
Well, the MDY White fans surely agree with you. I can hear them in the crowd now, but we are locked, we are loaded, we are in the dropship, and as our players make their way down to Storm Point, it is all going to start here. I love the split drop that FaZe enacts. They grab the Trident from Fish Farm, drive it straight up to Launchpad, and they will be able to utilize that for their later rotation.
With the dropship starting us off in the southeast, it does mean that FaZe get that boots on the ground first advantage, which could mean a lot, especially because they already have a crafter at Launchpad, and they can get so much more done in this time, using the time to craft bats, assuming they get themselves some nice shields, and maybe even crafting up shields if they don't. It'll allow them to priority rotate, and on the other side, Optic are going to be late dropping over at Downed Beast. Although, looking at my map, it doesn't seem like Gunbare has chosen to contest. In fact, we've got them on screen, landing instead just off to the north of the wall, with the potential to rotate over to the previously unoccupied high point.
Well, that's actually not bad for them. I know Minus was talking about the drop spots, but before we get there, Aurora and Complexity, they typically like to land very similar on each other. Monsoon will take the building, grab a weapon, but Impulse, he wants to shut it down as much as possible with Buddha already down, turning it into a 3v2. Yes, Uchok goes a little bit low, but raining on the high ground with the RE45, that's not bad to land on a flatline as well. That is what you need.
Yeah, flatline feels incredible at every stage in the game. It is one of the best guns in Apex Legends, and Aurora, for their part, have a Peacekeeper as well, so things are solidly in their favor with an early pick and some serious powerhouse weaponry. Contest's not over, but because they already have an advantage, because they have the majority of the ground outside of this building the Complexity are in, it's up to them to wait and ultimately for Complexity to make a mistake.
You can see the smoke out there trying to keep Monsoon and Cody inside the building with no real angles to put down on them as Oirain and Yuchaku, you can see them kind of setting up the trap, grabbing those thermites, looking...
Can't carry I have 2 bad seconds. I have no sight on my 30-30 cell.
I
have a 1x2 in my Hemlock. I only have 1 evac, right? Yeah. You have gold helmet, Evan.
Yeah, Jordan, do you want to take this?
Wait,
Yeah.
command center just went down into the building here. Maybe we evac and go to the other one? I think we evac and go to the other building now? What do you guys think?
Or fight top command.
No, I'd rather go to the other building, I think. We can go command and hit the beacon, actually. Go hit the beacon right away. Welcome.
Yep. I'm 6-0, bro. On meds.
I could drop you back here.
Are able to pick up the trade, but they are not done yet. We just have one member of Complexity. Were they able to get away? No, they were not. Monsoon is going to fall, and Complexity will lose the 50-50 here on the first map.
We're just going to play command center front door, okay?
Take my white if you're gonna do spiders.
Oh, nice.
I have a Phoenix. I'm dropping it. I'm 6-1. Watch the door. Just watch the door.
Yeah. Well, scan me.
Give me your armor. I'm gonna go do spiders, okay?
Yeah. Yep.
I'm gonna need to craft a Digi and a bat. Yep. You guys are done.
How much energy?
Body
Yeah.
shield.
30. 20.
Thanks.
I just have you
Join me for a
I'll just
couple
take
of
her down.
Maybe
No, no,
divine
no,
was on the stars for me.
How the fuck you can't stop that light, this fucking looting bot, bro. I thought there was fucking energy right next to him, there was, I just didn't figure it out. Is there 1x2 here?
Extended heavy mag here.
Team on the wall hill. There's so many cells here.
Mag here. Level 4.
So many fucking cells. I'm gonna start shooting the compound team.
I'm gonna bring all these cells up in ammo, okay?
What? I got blue. What are you gonna do that, Jordan?
I'm gonna bring the cells and the ammo up here for us.
Okay. I'm gonna play around spiders, okay? And just start
Yeah,
farming
yeah,
motherfuckers.
yeah.
They have white armor in here. There's people wall hill too, by the way, so zone should be close somewhere on us. Should have a good spot here.
Yeah, I calmed that, the wall hill.
Yeah. There's a 1x2, I don't know if anyone needs it.
You need that, Evan?
Optics here. Close range.
You need any ammo, Evan?
Nope.
Oh, fuck me.
Are you good?
Do you have a Phoenix? Anybody?
No. I do. It's kind of sketchy for you to even cross to me, though. I have to come to you.
Can you just smoke
I can
yourself?
smoke right
Yourself.
How about this rocker?
Come on, go back up.
Get here.
I got charge rifles from I don't even know where. I got headshot charge rifles.
What gun do you have, Evan, for the heavy?
Hemlock.
Take this. Are they still inside, by the way?
I heard
I
shots
don't
inside.
hear them. They were shooting at the other entrance earlier.
Maybe is there a possibility that we hit fucking
Well,
third?
yeah, we can try hit third. We should, yeah. No reason not to.
Try to go up now.
Me and Jordan can go together.
Okay, I'm gonna go up to your wait for me.
Trying to listen right now. I don't see anything.
You gonna walk up to that door before I hit it.
I think we should go over here.
You don't have to smoke me. You just need to be next to that door.
Okay.
Got a map room scan from top command. Okay.
I'm gonna hit it again.
We should have a good position here.
I'm gonna hit it again, Jordan. I'm gonna hit it again.
Oh, okay.
White armor over here.
Follow me.
Waterfall.
Okay, we should scout. We should scout waterfall. You think?
No, I think we just stay here and walk in with spiders. No.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that.
Digging that.
That's really good too.
Because there's nowhere else for us to go here. Like we I wonder.
We either play under waterfall or
what
go.
are the chances that we just
wait?
No, there was a Watson team playing waterfall early. I was shooting them earlier.
We're chilling though. We stay here.
I heard the evac tower top of man, I think.
Drop in one cell. I'm watching the door for a second. Just coming in frag.
I'm 16-1.
16-1 as well.
12-0.
Alright.
Who's shooting at you when you peek out like that?
He's literally in the middle of the waterfall just shooting me, like at the respawn beacon.
Okay.
One side there.
He has a hemlock. He just downed the motherfucker over here with the charge.
Want me to come look with you?
I heard an evac up here. They might oob something.
Coming up to you.
Top man might oob something. I don't know what they're gonna oob.
Just gonna stay with you.
They'll probably just find a cascade. I think they hit the
The team could always like walk up here.
Yeah, they down him with a charge rifle, but I can't do anything about it.
I should have stared at that and go to the door.
I mean, we definitely need to hear the door.
So, like, these guys just have snipers
Well,
and
I can't watch
bullshit.
both.
I can kind of watch that.
They're trying to rat about me. They're literally all in this corner right here. I swear to God, they're just sitting in this corner.
Okay.
The Newcastle team. They hear me. They're running back now. The Newcastle blood on bang.
Did you grab all the cells by the way on the floor?
I think so. I have 16.
There's only like one.
There's one. I think there's a cell here.
Yeah, I have 11 cells now. 11-1. Package coming on me. Kinda. He's on the other side of the rock. Can't grab it.
There's catwall on the side, command.
Probably hitting the beacon.
Yeah.
How were they catwalled up for that?
I don't know. They're on bloodhound. Wait.
Are they going into the tunnel?
I hear a team in the tunnel below me right now. I'm gonna look at that. I'm giving up the door.
Okay.
I'm coming back.
They're running around in here.
It might be two teams.
Yeah, the bloodhound team was not playing Catalyst. That's two teams.
Yeah. Well, there was a Bloodhound Cat Newcastle team. There was on the banners.
I thought I saw bang, but maybe I didn't.
Bro.
They just stand again. I have a queue on the south tunnel. They don't have horizon, so I might just stay to look at the door again.
If anyone runs up on us on that north side, they should just get shot from the building.
This team might try to enter if they just scam me again. They're triggering my cube install. I'm gonna come back, hell yeah.
I'm coming back.
If they try to push out, we gotta make sure we wall the door up.
Yep.
I have a pretty solid head glitch on me.
I don't want anyone to take spiders early. Like that's gonna be like a huge issue, bro.
Yeah, that is.
Fucking hell.
There's shots on the opposite side of command right now. I think you just like don't play there. I mean, like hold that I think. I'm sitting here like looking at the door.
Well, they don't have horizon. They can't queue up here.
I like this spot center. Let's go.
Okay.
Team here.
I sense an enemy out there. With my
White armor. Crack.
Good.
Catalyst. You guys are walling on the outside of their compound.
Still a team there.
I cracked another one. Listen, we might have to fucking.
We might have to just go spiders early.
Yeah, early. Yeah. I think so too. Are they still in the side?
I don't know.
There was a team
I don't know.
here.
Yeah, there's still a team here. There's still a team
Blue
here.
armor cracked. They have white blue armor right below you.
Let me know. I have bangle. I don't want to have to use it though.
Yeah, you should look that way, Evan. They're evac.
They're evac in. That's
We
good.
should shoot them off the evac.
I can't see it from my POV. Just watching our
I
back.
can't see it either.
Okay, maybe come spiders now. Come spiders now, I think. Before they take spiders earlier. I don't think command is. There's no command, I don't think.
Just come to me, please. Just come to me. Just go there.
Yeah.
They might land on me.
White armor on one.
These guys have nowhere to go. They have literally nowhere to go. They're landing on the ramp. They're landing on the ramp. They're gonna die.
Watch our back. Watch our back, ref.
What is going? What is going? You have a frag for that? You have a frag for that?
No.
Is there nobody behind us on him?
Nope.
Okay.
Watch our back, Evan.
They're stalling with smokes right now.
Guys,
Okay, behind us. Someone might panic slide down here. Someone might panic slide down. They're fighting at the top of the hill. Depending on this zone.
Okay, okay.
No, play our side, play our side, play our side.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna get back on my roof. I'm gonna get back on my roof and anchor left. Are any of those bodies lootable?
I'm gonna go loot the Bloodhound. I'm gonna go
Okay,
loot
we
him.
need a hard watch to the panic slide down. I need help holding it. I don't see you. You're being stuck somewhere. I'm gonna get last. He's dead. Right, I can move back here, guys.
Yeah, you should go. Back.
I'm going back on. Give me all, yeah. Back up to me.
What the fuck?
Team left, guy, careful. One guy, I think, on the shore. One guy?
Oh.
You
got it.
Rising. Yeah. Very close. Crack me. Take close, fuck. One shot. Armor topping.
Oh, okay. Sure. We're ready for buildings. Bottom floor, back building. For this building.
Let's go that way.
Can you smoke so I can loot these a little bit? I want armor stock for her.
Yeah, Cat will still, yeah?
Yes. Nice, Seth.
I don't know where you are.
The building is in. Why armor?
Yeah, we're gonna force the bottom floor, alright?
That building? That pink?
I'm taking gold.
Gold, you're perfect on me. Oh, this one or the other one? I'm taking car, you're perfect. Okay, moving down. Grab nades here, coming now.
You have wall, yeah?
Yeah, I do. I'm gonna wall now. Come.
Just fucking either of them, like, where you...
Come, good. Good one. But yeah, just the house.
I'm fighting smoke.
You have full bottom now?
Yeah,
I'm
we can
jump.
jump in.
I'm with you. Little man swinging in the
Fine. Fucking assault. Sure.
Sorry. We're good. Grenading us. Stop.
Biggie.
Grenading.
I'm nading back.
20 feet! Please smoke out, you're in complete look out. Yeah, be careful. Zero, right here. I'm gonna reinforce after.
I'm flanking.
I'm reinforced after third mine. Yeah. Reinforced to good right there.
Chill it, bro. You gotta chill it. Can't take damage.
I'm reinforced.
Hey, you can't take damage.
Yeah, sorry.
Wait for the ticket. Take it, we can kill it.
Yep.
There's...
Put your couch activating. You're burning it. There's a team in another building.
Try and get again.
Okay. It looks good for me.
Yeah, I am.
No,
I'm gonna break it.
Reinforce it again. I got it.
Okay. We play bottom left corner market here.
Right here?
Look here, huh?
Oh, okay.
Let's go this way.
The other roof is like not really safe.
Dropping 4 cells.
Here, I dropped 2 cells right here. Alright, okay, I have a fuck ton now. I probably have the most now. I have 11. I have 8.
There's one height left. We should probably preemptively bang ult on zone close left so that they're not even.
They're looking out. Alright, just let me know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw it like close to the mill, to the water mill.
50 blue on one. Window, batting. Do you need any heavy or no?
No. I have 60.
Need some heavy ammo,
Dropping.
dears.
Thank you.
What gun do you have?
Hemlock.
Okay, cool. Do you have a heavy mag?
Yeah, I have blue.
Okay. Here, stop.
Thank you.
Do you have a laser sight on your R9?
I have white one.
Blue, here.
Thank you. Peeking on my roof.
We all got digis, right? We all got digis?
Yep.
I'm putting spikes down. I'll tell you when to bang ult. You're bang ulting in this direction.
I have it in my hand. Look at the stairs right here. We need to be careful. Let's see if he's laying on my right.
Do it now.
Yeah. Follow you.
Can we run up right? the smoke, in the smoke,
Yeah.
in the smoke, in the smoke. Corner, corner, one shot,
Hold under, hold under.
Okay, we're back. Hold under, hold one. Hold under, okay, hold. It's nice. Okay, good. Kill under, we have to kill under. Right there, right there. Stop jumping. Get it, get it, get it. Yeah, yo. Yeah. Right above, flash above, flash above.
Got me.
Bang. Nice. Get him in.
I need that.
Armor something. You might be in solo. Crash.
Dead. Nice.
On me left. Right here. Under bridge. Solo.
Okay. Wait.
Try Thurston. Try me.
What's up?
Dead. I'm resing. Hold.
Okay.
Someone coming. Right.
I got it. Baby.
I'm resing.
Okay.
It's last squad.
I need light.
They can't hold. Armor something. Armor something.
The water.
I need something. I'm over there yet. I'm smoking forward.
Going right.
Okay.
Crypto.
Bang. I'm weak.
Dead. Right here. Crypto.
I'm dead.
Nice shot. Let's fucking go, boys. Good first game.
Way out as a duo. They return to the winner's slot in our first game of their final series in group stage. This is exactly the way that they needed to start.
Pulverex came into their final series of the group stages with 56 points, knowing that they were going to need north of 40 points here in this series to throw themselves into that winner's bracket. And to start off the 6 games with a win, that's what you need. And there are the signs, the golden Nessie support, and they are in.
This is really great for them because Pulverex captured the hearts of fans back at Rally, and now that we're getting to see them succeed, and fortunately with all 3 people on their team, they are doing so well. Even with their struggles in the group stage, being able to pick up a win here in the lobby, as we talked about on the analyst desk, is incredibly difficult and indicative of the performance that you can give in a finals lobby.
And I love to see them on that crypto. I've seen them break it out
世界大会決勝ですけどこれ
They've historically played that composition in APAC North, and they were kind of deviating from that, trying to adapt to the group stages. But now that they've returned back to crypto on the legend composition, just see how much more beneficial that is to be able to get that EMP off. Yes, you run the risk if one of your teammates have maybe already pushed into that fight, they get stunned in the meantime. But you said it best, they can operate as a duo quite efficiently.
And can we just say as well, I know they didn't win the game, and I know that we just saw Pulverex walk up to them and kill everyone, but Sentinels got 2nd place. And Sentinels have actually been performing quite well. They've got around 70 points so far, with a 30 points or so finish in this group. They could easily move onto the winner's bracket in just a little while. They've still got a newbie to international play in Koifel, and they're honestly navigating this really great, given how little time they've had to prepare and adapt.
6時寝て今起きたキモ
Run back that final circle, but that is a
社会不適合者が
I think they were telling me he just
もっ
turned
と社会に
17,
適合しろよ
incredibly
俺のよう
young
に
to be on a competitive stage like this,
No.
but performing so well considering how they have changed up their playstyle. Was once a heavy zone team, now adapting to edge, being more aggressive, and they were tied with 20th place coming into this series with only 2 match series, so they should be a shoe-in. But here is a look at that final push from Pulverex, focusing on healing up, trying to get away and not get stunned by that Bengal.
And it's a really impressive finish from Pulverex, and exactly the right way to play the territory that they had. Their execution was simple. In this last team fight, it was just as clean as EMP and send everybody forward. But when we think about the fight that took place just before this, the wipe on TSM and Realize that happened underneath them, we have to remember that they were sat in that building for a while. It was all about patience for Pulverex, not getting overeager, not sending on TSM or Realize or anyone before it was exactly the right time and exactly the right amount of squads. You know who lets you know that? Scripted. It's a compositional difference that they're able to use to get perfect information on squads around them.
世界大会1日18試合やってる。
was a big topic of conversation earlier today.
あ、
Use
夕
exactly
方
the
の
same strategy
6時
to
から朝
perform
7
out
時
of
ま
their
でやってる。
minds.
And it's actually performing really well here, specifically if you're not able to get out of
7時
that
まで行く
building
のか。
physically and
6
scout
時
if
か
you
な。
just got the windows. Well, that
12
drone
時間ぐ
can
らい。
kind of snake its
な
way
んか
out
そうい
and
うこ
see
と。
who's approaching
何
and
ヶ
who's
月に
looking
1
to
回
rotate and then farm with
と
the
か
EMP.
じゃない
So
け
they
ど、
did everything that
今
they
回は
needed
た
to
またま
do
た
there.
またまっ
Now
て
if
か
they keep up that
期間
momentum
短い
moving
だけやな
forward,
空いた期
it
間
should
が
be
この後めっちゃ空く
hopefully enough to get them into that
次や
winners
んのい
bracket.
つやろ
Because you think about that, what's on the line here? We're gonna
今
have
9月やろ
winners bracket
来年の
elimination round 2 tomorrow, but those are gonna be 8 game
4
series.
月
So
か
if you have
半
to
年ぐらい
go
空くん
from
じゃない
that elimination round, you're gonna be playing
前の
so
世界
many
大
games.
会からこの世界大会までは2ヶ
A lot
月
of
ぐらい
this has to do with just player rest and recuperation.
バラバラやでな
You guys have been here for a while. You know that we've played a lot of games in the past couple
コイ
of
フル見
days.
逃した
And if you secure yourself a spot
コ
in
イ
the
フル
winners
暴れとっ
bracket,
たのに
it is
本配信なら残っとるかは
as those who have been put back into the lower bracket that do really need to be concerned with elimination. It's less study, it's less overview, it's a lot more.
The beginning of this game. They need to go, but you can see on the mini map, they've got 2 different options. Do they want to rotate towards the right, or should they wrap around?
The western side of this zone, they do still have a contest.
Clearing up, and instead it's Dark Zero who falls, and FaZe behind them. First into FaZe, able to grab a knock on to Snipe, and they are going around the clearing up, and instead it's Dark Zero who falls, and FaZe behind.
Towards the south of this next ring,
今
and
1
also have the opportunity to play with just a little bit of cover. Them in disguised actually
ア
could
ジア
go
の
head to
どこ
head.
やったっけな
Talked
インド
about
ネシア
NPY
インドネシア
earlier
人
as well. A
インドネ
team
シア
that
人
needs
の
to
チー
perform.
ム
They've got high ground in
総
Cascade
合トータル
and
1位は
Start to move
全チームで1位
so many more good.
この試合の1位はパルブレックス
Wild on
日
critical
本
in
人
the first game.
reset. The EM.
あれうわ本配信こっち映しとったのか
They were able.
パルブレックス映すなよ気持ち悪い日本人の
Gonna
顔
be
見たく
shooting,
ね
and
キ
we
モ
are hitting the rotate
死ねこいつ
towards Sentinels. Dark fail, hiding their cover, and they
柵だけや
have
イケ
all
メンの
of the space, able to
Oh,
reset.
Lord.
The EMP
Oh,
is
Lord.
gonna hit.
This is going to be brutal for Sentinels. RKN and Co are slowed, are taken down. Now there is a trade. Pulverex operate as a duo, but we know Pulverex, and Pulverex can absolutely slay out as a duo. They return to the winner's slot in the room stage, and now the
Golden Nessie support, and they are in.
This is really great
どう
for
せ
them
ダークだよ
because Pulverex captured the hearts of fans
どうせあい
back
つら
in Rally. And now that we're getting to see them succeed, and fortunately with all 3 people on their
あ
team,
いつらず
they
る
are
い
That is
シート使ってる
given how little time they've had to
アンチ引
prepare
き寄せとる
during the course of group stage. I think they've done a
一試合
fantastic
の
job
間も
of
長い
making
し
sure that they're actually quite competitive with other top-level teams that we've seen win lands, or at least get very close to.
Hey, well, we'll see. Maybe they can get another one here in the final group stage series, but we'll have to see because we're going to cut to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have match number 2.
帰ってきたらマッチ2や死ね今すぐやれよあと5分かどうせ5分じゃないしなモンゴリアンできない。 ターンは面白かったっすか？面白いね。7つの開催な。周りの人は見とったけど1話も見たことない。見よっかな。EWAC って1週間無料で使えなかった。え、そんなんあるんですか？使いたい。なんかコンバーターのやつ。SIM と二大巨頭貼っとる。最近なのか知らんけど最近出てきた。無料です。さすが規約違反者。規約違反に詳しい。SIM の方がいい。そうなの？5000円くらいで永久パック永久パックとかあるね。アホや。
Look, I've really worked on my pronunciation. I live dangerously close to Birmingham, Alabama. Let me tell you that much. But I am so happy to be here. We are on our final series of group stages, coming off a Pulverex win in Cascade.
And a critical Pulverex win as well. Something that they, as many teams in this final lobby of the night, need to advance to the winners of bracket. Those are the stakes. For those of you who are just tuning in, we're about to wrap up the group stage, at which point we will be competing for elimination. So a win, some big points laid down during the course of the next now 5 games will make you all the more secure in those to come and leading into the finals.
Yeah, Pulverex came into the series with 56 points.
Not a lot.
Exactly, we talk about that threshold, right? 92 was the split 2 playoffs that we've thrown around, but you really want to feel safe. I think Graceful said it best, 100 points plus or minus 10. But to feel really safe, we are looking for that 100-point threshold, which would mean Pulverex would need 44 points out of this entire series.
And I think this is where you can actually be a little bit concerned, because a win is quite good for them. It's a pretty low point win when you look at the history of group stage so far. Sentinels tied with them there, and Sentinels had a lot less points to make up. Plenty more opportunity, 2 games left on Storm Point, 3 on World's Edge. Pulverex cannot rest easy, even given the first game win. It's not given them as much forgiveness as other wins might, so it's time to lock in and get ready for game 2 of Storm Point.
気持ち悪いけどね。どういうこと？レワスドもコンバーターなんじゃないの
？I'm really curious to see kind of what this is gonna look like. Is it the TSM plot armor for them, or did they just get hot zone in a ring console?
Now, once again, optics are going to be contested. Ganbare Otosan, one of the squads that did not get as much loot as they needed in the most recent series, are going to be forfeiting that preemptively once again. A contest that we can look forward to is going to be that of Aurora. You have to imagine, but even now looking at the dropship, it doesn't seem like we've got a whole lot of trails leading towards Cenote. This dropship that took us from this time the western side of the map to the eastern has given Optic and Dark Zero, even Fnatic, first move, and Aurora have been left alone.
That's actually really smart of Complex Complexity to do. They came into the series with 47 points, needing a massive series, so electing to withdraw from the contest is totally fine for them because Pulverex already had done that. They had recently been challenging North Eption at Thunderwatch, but they knew that Jurassic was free, and that's where they went to land. And I don't know, everyone always talks about TSM plot armor, but I think it's Pulverex plot armor right now because when you look at the zone, they land Jurassic after leaving Thunderwatch. Where is it pulling? It is going such in favor of them, and they'll have a survey beacon to boot.
It's one of the like blessing and a curse things because since you have a survey beacon, you can theoretically see where everybody is going, but because you don't have a ring console, will Pulverex even know that they should post up here? Will they get out of position, find a ring console, or get a survey scan and realize they actually should have stayed home?
That is the biggest gamble, and we saw it this morning in World's Edge, right? Where so many teams went to Skyhook, taking that gamble because they didn't have information.
Wow.
And that is so challenging to make that call.
And there's another interesting point about Pulverex here. Because they've chosen to go Jurassic again, Complexity have denied them a lot of loot. Typically, teams that go Jurassic will be able to loot up just to the north. This time, because Complexity are operating essentially without a POI, they've taken away a lot of Pulverex's momentum in the early game, which will make their round all the more difficult. Complexity will also have a tough time because they're operating with essentially half a POI's worth of loot, but who else could have a difficult one? Dark Zero and Optic as they zoom on past each other. Dark Zero are going to watch this happen, perhaps follow suit. We could get a kind of car chase going on, but it doesn't look like we want to play Fast and Furious today.
I was going to say, a little high-speed pursuit, no big deal. They might run into each other later on, but it's all about getting the primary locations early. I mean, this is honestly pretty intense.
It's a race to barometer, and it's one that Optic have won so far. They don't take that much damage on the way in, so they win the race to the building. One that was surprisingly close and adrenaline-filled for this early in the game.
The fact that Down Beast, Optic Gaming was able to zoom past the mill, the DZ was probably like, hey, I see what you're doing.
あれダークゼロ消えたべ。じゃあ本配信が消えた。
This spot very early on. They are still going to have to share space with teams like Oxygen, who land over in Barometer. This is a game, actually. They could bring Oxygen and a little bit of Jayhawk's confidence coming into today's series into the forefront of our mind.
こういう風が突っ込んでんやん。
I'm with you. Wait a minute, they didn't break. Can we just go to the spot? Can we go to the building? I mean, how do we cross? Go bridge? We can. I think we just go.
おお TSM がやった今度。
Watch me, watch me. Looking for you. I'm looking over you.
絶対フナチックやこれ。やばいやばい。え GO や。負けたやん。キムチに負けた。ねえ、キモ。今起きてまた寝んのバケモンやろ。6時に寝て今起きんの寝すぎやろ。ただでさえ寝すぎなのにもう一回寝るって病気。寝すぎる病気。寝すぎる病。
Group stage that is not playing out of their regular POI that has so many disadvantages, and that's how close Apex can beat TSM. Means that they get taken down by Gunbar Otosan, who are very much proving that even though they've had a rough go, are not to be messed around with. This is a team that I expected great things from coming into champs, and they, while they've had a difficult time, still can make that happen, still can make the finals.
でもデザインフルしてるの別に興味ないし。ノーセプション。なんでノーセプリンしてんの一番見たくないやろ。誰がキーマンの視点みたいな。
I do know that FaZe have been struggling a bit internally with their approach.
I think it seems like it might be that way.
誰これ
Yeah.
スニッペダウン。スニッペダウンじゃないわ。おっさんやっただ。
That it will go well and that you'll be able to make your way out of it means that FaZe haven't been able to put up the results that I think a lot of their fans expect of them as well. So we'll see if they're able to clean it up in this series, but we know that it's something they've got their eyes on as they look to improve.
頑張れどっか行ったし。
정면 집에 한번 들어갔어. 여기서
응.
발로 타자. 여기서 발로 타면 여기까지 그냥 가잖아.
結構みんな救急っすよ今
나 서포켓시 열어볼까? 저거?
プラウレはないし
해머피도 있네. 아, 그냥 가자.
リピーター救急ヘムロック救急めっちゃ多いっすね
먹고 있을 수도
경기가.
있긴 한데. 다리? 응. 있을 수도 있긴 해.
なぜかみんなボルトじゃないんや
아무나 줘봐.
있으면
エイペックスでそんな DPS とか大事じゃないと思うけど
있으면은
どうせワンマができんのでキーマン
대나무는 힘들어. 뺏는 느낌으로 해야 돼. 왜 막아?
武器チェンジする暇あるならボルトで冷凍遅いしボルトで弾当てれた方がいいと思う
여기 밑에 있죠? 야, 반대 보자. 오자.
相手が9999なら別にいいけど相手がこういう時絶対負けるんや今3人で突っ込めたでいいけどあーすげえパルブレックスみんなボルトってか2人ボルトや一番顔キモいやつにしてるうわーニューキャッスルやズリーオルジャンププレイ パルブレックスがやられたパルブレックスどうするんやこれ
And Gumber Atosan, having survived the initial barrage of ordinances, have everything that they need. Now with the generator behind them, it's them who unseat Pulverex, forcing him out of the open. And good lord, the shots out of that G7.
This is what I was saying. The moment that Pulverex try to move out from that bridge, they are just going to be in the line of sight, and Skittlecakes is going to be the one to benefit from it. But this is the type of location that GO is set up to play, utilizing the Watson fences. They already were able to throw down the Watson generator, and for Pulverex, hey, it's all water under the fridge.
あの春民って人一人やったんや
Was that
Don't
just
mind
got
it,
thirsted,
eh?
I guess. I just hit that guy 30 flash. He's not charging his armor, bro. They got nothing. It's fine. They gotta walk in eventually. We'll just kill them on zone close. We? Yep. You mean me? I already told you.
Me?
Alright, we'll see about that, buddy. I'm gonna let you die. I'm gonna bait you.
Alright, let's not do that. You guys can compete for kills, but let's not do that. Chill. Fighting on that. Letting each other die is insane. Did he ult it?
Nah, give me my 3x back, bro. Hey, watch out. Smoke it down. Wait, balloon. Balloon over here.
Evac tower's being deployed there.
Yes, spikes.
My spikes are gonna go down. You guys are
アイアンサイトやん
My smoke's gone. Hopefully we're still in on next zone.
おい誰か戦ってますじゃん
Meltera!
エフェクト頑張ってますエフェクトが頑張ってます
Hakis gets a quick
コイフル
res,
も
but
そうやけ
that
どなん
is
か本番にな
so,
るといつ
so
もより M 悪い
bad to have
緊
lost
張したもん
effect on the push, and effect of all
なん
players
かイン
who
ペリアルハル
Alliance
みたいな
rely
ワンマ
on
ガがない
so
んやけど
heavily. It will
インペリア
still
ルハル
mean
さんは
you
本
only
番
have
も関
one
係ないけ
member
ど
of Fnatic escaping,
なん
and
か
at
もうちょっ
least
と戦ってる
temporarily as
MDY
Alliance could
うわー
still
めっちゃ
give
吸ったけ
chase.
ど
But on the other side of the map, Realize are looking to make their
やばいやばいリンちゃんが死んじゃうまたもうリンちゃんがああ終わった終わった終わった終わってら
名前
何やってんの何やってんのあでもアライアンス勝ったんや
I got a evac.
Nice.
緊張なんすかねなんかコイフルも昨日ちょろっと見たときクソエイムしとったなあのコイフルがやっぱインペリアルハルってすごいね本番でも変わらんエイムそれ本番はさすがに力入るわな
I like they're playing the roof.
Yeah, honestly, you really kind of need to. I'm just sitting here thinking about this because this is going to be an atrocious zone pull, pulling over just a little bit further away from Barometer into that open water. The bridge is the move, and G.
You should watch it.
No, 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 no.
Yeah, get the ramp behind. Go ahead.
ウィナーズでルーザーズ行ってくれるのが一番多く見れる。そこまで見る気力もないけど。
Just play for the corner and gatekeep Jurassic. Play for the corner and gatekeep Jurassic.
I'm going up. I don't see them.
Just de-stress. You guys sound fucking panicking.
I'm de-stressed.
Take this QC,
Yeah.
I'm gonna play here. Why do we need to keep watching that?
Yeah, you can walk me on.
I'm watching the right.
There's a fucking rat there, so just be careful. We're just gonna play my corner and evac.
顔面は雪やけど、してるわエフェクトね。何これ？
The rat should be behind me, by the way.
毎回なんかおかしい。
He has to come anyway. I'm just walking around us. I don't want to get wrapped last second.
A 30-30 able to completely throw down and knock onto Oxygen Esports and Oxygen Esports FaZe. Those are the two teams fighting for their lives at the top of this series. You were talking specifically about how the presence of TSM, how the presence of Dark Zero were going to affect a lot of these teams looking to find themselves in the winner's bracket. But if you run up against a powerhouse, a titan like Zero, what can you do?
It's honestly, it's better to do it now because this same team is going to be punishing you in the finals. That is a promise. Dark Zero, playing the gravity cannon for now, are taking up a lot of space towards the south side of the Barometer, making sure the teams cannot coexist around them. And it looks like the same thing is true even for Disguise, who I will say have to deal with a few other squads that are looking at them, but only have one member left.
Oxygen Esports, they're going to fall at the hands of FaZe, who need every elimination with that 51-point mark that they came into. And Optic Gaming, so many of our talent teams' prediction to win this series, it's like they're starting to connect a couple things together here. But as the rotation starts to move, we have Effect going up against Tom Young-kun, and they're going to take them out. One
見てなかった。IGL は火力伝って言われがち。
I did a lot of damage. I got no more syringes. Can you go to syringe?
Please.
Can you give me a helmet?
IGL が一番火力出しやすいと思うんだけど。
Listen, we have to play for this early. I think we slide down. You queue this, Yuki. Just queue all of this. We're making sure nobody's coming behind us. But we have to slide down and play for this corner. We have to gatekeep the team in the building, okay?
They have one.
Yeah. I'm gonna smoke down.
火力枠とかサポート枠みたい
な。
ははやばい。
Let me cross first.
I can fuck window. Just keep going.
Yeah. Let me cross first.
Behind me.
僕見捨てます。
Find him behind. We have to fight. They go around. Just count them.
Yeah, we got them.
Just play early there.
このバンガーの木具めんどくさいね。距離離れると下に落ちるし変な重力で。そんなストレイフとかできるゲームに重力いないのだからもっと上に当てろって。窓の上側に当てるの決まらんないの。でも決まってる。この仕様本当に嫌いや。普通に真横に広がってほしい。ほう。やばい、他のチーム見んとポイズと戦っとるやん。カーかよお前、99じゃないんや。多分なかっただけや。セーフアンダー。橋アンチか。
I'm not gonna have wall. We have to somehow third party island. We have to third party island.
I'm gonna have one smoke.
頑張れよ、お父さん、チャンピオンや。
Stall here, stall here, stall here, stall here. No presence, no presence. Zero presence.
No presence. Zero presence.
Okay, go. Smoke,
Go,
smoke.
smoke.
How am I being wrong? Yeah, give me up to two.
I'm in.
一個も木使わんや。やばいもうめちゃくちゃや。奪ってまきれんかったよ。なんか俺が見るとザコシするな。ザコシってか変な死に方する。エフェクトいいするけどやばい。人がないよ。
Let's drop. Crack one.
Oh.
10 seconds smoke. Keep watching.
Can you-
I'm
If you get to me, I should be safe.
I'm safer.
Can you wall?
No wall. 3 seconds. 3 seconds smoke. Place up. Just watch your right team, Yuki. Watch your right team.
起こせそうやん。
Just assist.
No.
Yeah, I'm biting. I'm one.
I'm one.
やばいやばいこれやばい。
I gotta heal fully.
I'm blocking it.
Gotta heal as well.
They should have no one in, bro. You do rest now. While smoke is here.
You gotta.
ああ。やる気がわかんない。
Them all, by the way.
死んだ。
Yeah, I'm blocking them all. No, I'm blocking them all.
ダークゼロは駆け破ってます。チェンバー転戦。詳細の限界。そんなの関係なく進んでた。あれなんかユキが死んだ。
Yeah. They're really bad. They're all really bad. Run you open.
Taking shot. We're good.
1 HP.
おお。
Have this one.
リピーターの方がうまいやないか。
Nice. I'm holding them.
やばい E36 が破壊される。2人に。あ。ベッチにも邪魔された。ダークゼロチャンピオンコース。まだわかんない。やばいもう無理や。詳細見る。いまだに詳細でやんの高すぎるね。世界大会レベルのパッドって近距離よりなんかリピーターうまいな。ヘムロはそんな見てないけど。ジェンバーテンさっきもリピーターで無双しとったし。そんなうまくない。今のはたまたま。あれオプティックが走っとっとるやん。頑張れよ父さん。死んだ。
Somebody killed one. Hydra one. Here.
Give him
You need
help.
it?
Yeah, give him help.
What do you take it?
Yeah.
Take it down.
One team right, one team left.
誰この橋に張り付いた
Harass
の。
realize who
コンプレ
are
キシ
our
ティ。
northernmost.
I'm gonna walk up right side of it. I think you. Actually, I like fighting.
I do have digi as well. I can play with you.
I'm chilling. I'm 80.
倒した。
Do you have a
I
smoke?
have 70 life. He's in right there. They're fighting.
30?
Nah, I'm in.
どこにおんのリアライズ。
Yeah, did you?
こっち取ったよ。
I have 79. How much life do you have?
Here.
200. Drop.
Okay. I'm 7-4.
The wall. Left team wall.
Oh.
We don't have it though.
Do you still need light? Do you still need light?
Oh, we might have to. If they third, we have to go in. No, I'm good.
I'm gonna wall up. Okay, I'm gonna wall up on them. They fight.
They're
They're fighting. Go. Right side together. Bang
I can run right.
どうすんねん。見せてくれ。まだそんな。さすがに。まだだ。もう終わりや。Holy shit!
My dad climbed up and looked down on them.
That's not a game.
It's a solid game. Like, it's a good game. Don't be harsh on. Like, it's a good game. It's a good game.
Don't be
Just keep
harsh.
this energy up. I promise you, we're gonna rock this lobby.
The only problem is like why they didn't get shot in the back because one team like from Jurassic they ballooned and landed in the water behind the car.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why like building didn't shoot him in the back that shot us.
What they wanted to see. I see a Papa Jen Burton in the stands right there, front and center with the DZ. He shook my hand today and he hit me with just a DZ, and I was like, I see you.
He knew they were going to win today.
I see that
It's
DZ.
been great for them. Even Jen Burton looked relaxed after that game, and you could tell why. Because looking at the way that this lobby played out, Dark Zero never put themselves in a position where a fight was 50-50. Even during the last course of this game, they were taking pot shots from afar, ensuring that they had an advantage, and even capitalizing on, as you'll recall, phase over at the island, an over push from Realize. It doesn't matter to them who gets second, who gets third, who gets fourth. At this point, Dark Zero play for the win and only the win. It's what makes them deadly, not just in these games, but on match points.
Let's take a look back at that final circle so we can relive that winning moment. Kind of just a few steps back, right when we were at 4 squads remaining. They were already sitting on 6 eliminations.
What?
Triple Red sharing out the
シー
light
リーズ
ammo.
にしてやろうよ。
Now, they don't have the same kill feed as we do. This is an anonymous mode for them. But looking at it from this perspective, even assuming equal information, knowing that you have 3 squads left, as soon as you start seeing knocks, Dark Zero know that the fight is going down. And it's just as quickly that they drop the Dark Veil as soon as drop goes down, although, of course, they don't know that it's dropped. The evac tower actually adds an extra element to this, giving them a vantage point, should they need it, over the Dark Veil and access to a little bit more of an easy entrance over the previous Dark Veil of, I believe it was Optic. From then on, it is just a matter of digiing through the smoke. And how many times have we seen this recently? In a Bangalore Bloodhound meta, digis are golden, literally, and, well, no, I guess it's just it's only figuratively, but it's figuratively in multiple ways.
You know, I heard Digi's going to be in the crafter later this week, so things are going to get to be a little bit mixy in there. You can see we've got Zero's dad, we've got Jen Burton's dad and mom, and everyone so happy to be here front and center to support Dark Zero. That's what we love to see. Honestly, it makes me super happy. We have all of the family. Vane earlier from Oxford Esports, I was walking by and I saw Vane, and then I saw, you know, Vane's dad, Vane's mom on the backs of their shirts. It's just like, I don't know, it's just super cool to see.
I mean, it's the best part of the event. I don't know how many times we're going to talk about it today, or during the course of our casts, because we talked about Timmy's father earlier being here to support, and it's wonderful to see the support from the crowd, from the fans, and most importantly, from those that you grow up with your whole life. And having that has certainly inspired confidence in a lot of teams, inspired their best. Dark Zero, perhaps not achieving a completely dominant game, but you'd be mistaken for thinking that it was a 30-plus point game after the way that it finished, because this squad never felt out of control. And I'll tell you who did make other teams feel out of control is Realize right behind them. This was a great game for them, and Tiff, I have to hand you credit. You may not have predicted Dark Zero, but Realize was not a bad choice.
I've definitely been keeping an eye on them throughout international scrims, and they can have really strong performances when it matters. And yes, they're pretty much solidified to find themselves in that winner's bracket, but starting out from Cascades on Stormpoint, I thought they would have really strong rotations, and so far the zones have been ever in their favor, and Sentinels as well, 4 points on the back half of this, but Fnatic so close to on the cusp of the winner's bracket qualification. They need to have maybe a back half of the 4 games, at least, you know, 10 to 15 points per game.
You know, with one more storm point, I mean, who's to say what happens? We do know that you can get a little bit unlucky in fights, and seeing how things played out towards the north of the zone this time, you do kind of have to chalk it up to bad luck for Fnatic. There are plenty of things to improve, but at this point, you're just looking forward to the next couple of games, because as you say, the gap is small.
And as we look through the top 3 teams of the match 2 results, Dark Zero with 5,100 damage, Optic Gaming with 4,400, and these are the 2 teams that land Downed Beast and the Mill respectively, who started out match number 2 in the top pursuit of the Trident race to Barometer and fought tooth and nail throughout. So it's so nice to see them there in the top 3, but Realize with 3,900, and they are all about similar eliminations, right? 8, 7, it's impressive.
It's not that far away, and honestly, it demonstrates the value for DZ and Optic of getting to a POI early in an active position in that POI, even though they had different reads on it. It was very similar approaches, and I have no doubt that if Optic arrived 15 seconds later, the building that they ultimately chose is already occupied by Dark Zero. So having seen that, we still have the opportunity to watch these teams play their best game, and importantly, one that is reliant on clean early rotations.
Ooh, speaking of watching those clean early rotations, I know we had a chance previously to sit back, check out the Cyber Z watch party that's happening around here. So let's go ahead and throw and check out what that is all about.
What's up, everybody? I'm We The People. We have Cole here, a special guest, all right? He hosts the Japanese ALGSs live on Twitch, and my man has an absolute insane production here. Can you tell us a little bit about the Japanese community and how well received Apex is?
It's actually, I think it's one of the biggest community in the world. Actually, like our broadcast is
お前が壊せよバカ語り
being watched by like 60,000 people. Like
ちょっと何この壁邪魔くさ
You said 60,000.
Yeah, yesterday like highest was 50 or like 60,000 people watching the Apex.
That is insane because when you picture 60,000 people, like you can't even count that, you know? So that is absolutely insane. And I got a question. What got you started in Apex? Like why Apex?
Yeah, I used to play FPS games a lot, and then like the Apex is the very like speedy, and I really love that.
変な英語が聞こえてきたと思った。
Yeah, I used to broadcast like a professional baseball or like a professional soccer in Japan. So it's like I don't know. I just it's like I'm very comfortable like when I do commentary job on Apex.
I love that, man, and you absolutely kill it. My final question is, so the Japanese community is amazing, right? Anytime I have a tweet blow up, it's nothing but positivity, right? Why do you think the Japanese community is so positive? Because it's amazing, man. It's filled with love, and like it's such a great addition to Apex.
I don't know. We have a lot of you know the otaku. Like
Otaku?
Japanese, like a strong, enthusiastic fans. They they have like really love the like I don't know like they're really like a fun community is getting bigger and bigger.
I love it, man. Well, it's amazing. Thank you so much for your time. Great to meet you, my man. Keep killing it, all right? And that's all we got.
Well, that's super interesting. Always getting all the good information from the people around the stadium. So much cool things going on. So thank you, peeps, for checking into that. For those of our viewers that are here in the UK watching from home, we'd like to welcome you back as we get ready for match number 3, because we have identified that there were some issues with some Twitch servers around the world that could affect your local region. If that does happen to you at home, please switch to YouTube, as YouTube is currently unaffected by this situation. And now with that out of the way, guys, let's start thinking
すごいすごいすごいやばいこれ
We've so far had 2 separate winners,
とんでも
Dark
ない
Zero, and with our final match on Storm Point up and coming, Dia, anything could happen, but for those teams that found themselves on the bubble, what do we need to do here, obviously?
The important thing to remember about Storm Point is actually
やばいやばい
something
や
we
ばい
saw Dark Zero and Optic do, and that is that your rotations
こ
are
の
much
ジャ
more
ンプパッド噛みすぎる
punished, because when they're late, you have so much more ground to cover and so many less actual building to play. It's very difficult to share space in a place like Storm Point. And if you are a team that's perhaps struggling during the course of these matches, during the course of groups on Storm Point, there's no better way to solve that problem than by rotating in early. Importantly, with a composition that you feel can play things out from a quick rotation. Perhaps you pull out a GO and go with Newcastle Watson for the extra shields, whatever it is, because territory is one of the most important things, and then being active from that territory so that other people can't just land on you as Geo did.
We think back, that used to be a really favored legend composition historically. I know 100 Thieves at one point was even playing that, and a few others. So it's really cool that Geo is like, okay, so it's group stages, maybe we're just going to test some things out for tomorrow's bracket stages. Similarly, if they've already made terms of the fact that it's anything goes, we have to give it our all here in the group stages, or we're going to be fighting our way through the elimination round, because that's what matters, right? No one goes home after today, right? It's for tomorrow. That is that risk. But as our teams start to lock in their legends, we see reps on Bangalore, and honestly, that is one of the most refreshing things that I've seen here post Split 2 playoffs. Is no more Seer, reps not having to insta-lock Seer on TSM and getting to kind of spread.
ウォーウォーウォーいや邪魔邪魔この壁何これ
You like his views, don't you?
I do like his views.
このマップ
Rep's views,
マジでこの
honestly,
真ん中な
Zero's
くして
views
くれ
is crazy as well, but I know, right? Exactly.
Yeah, the way that Fuse is played by some of the best teams in the world, it makes you feel like it makes you wonder why this guy wasn't meta for ages. But Fuse not something we're going to see a whole lot of, at least on this map. Once we transition over to World's Edge in a couple minutes, that's when you'll get to find it out. We've got our dropship going through. This time we're starting off in the northeast, which actually means that Alliance get a really quick drop. And importantly, GO managed to do that as well, since they have swapped over to High Point recently. This will be important for them, with as a Newcastle Watson team. An early rotation could mean the difference between a 15th place finish and a 3rd place finish.
Well, I guess it all depends on where that zone is going to pull. And with Alliance not having to even take a gravity cannon to get up to Lightning Rod, for once having the easiest route, think of that. They'll be able to finish the IMC Armory. They'll be able to prioritize their looting path.
Hit
some crafting and not be 2 minutes late towards that next zone.
And they'll know where the next zone is as well. It's such a good landing for Alliance, and in a lobby where they absolutely need it. One of our teams that does need to put up a lot of points to live up to the expectations they set for their fans.
As that zone comes in, meanwhile, Dojo hitting those weapon crates. I couldn't have predicted a better game for Alliance.
How lucky can you be?
This is it. This is everything that Alliance needed, right? They were slowly getting better and better each series. Obviously, starting off the first series match with Mandy as a sub. Effect arriving at such a late hour. Just needed some little time to brush up, wake off, shake off the land nerves, because everyone kept talking about how, nervous and not necessarily Effect, because that guy's probably locked in, ready to like one-clip people.
You think Effect has ice in his veins?
I 100% think Effect
seems so sweet. That's the difficulty with me, like
Whoa!
to have ice in your veins. I feel like you would be naturally colder, but maybe that's just something, because I don't have it, I can't recognize it.
It's true, I definitely don't have it, and that's why I'm here in the booth watching the people that do have it, have all the skill out here, duking it out, playing with their hearts on the line, and Fnatic coming into the 3rd map in only 2 points. This is actually going to be nice for them, because you think about their rotation. TSM at the wall had ring console, so you know they're going to immediately scan that and hit for a quick rotation, which should enact Fnatic to be able to go out of North Pad, grab the ring console information as well, and prioritize their specific approach to the next zone.
Yeah, it's one of the great things about being a seasoned roster in Apex Legends is that, we can look at the map and know that TSM has moved on, but Fnatic being able to identify that just because the way the ring is pulling that's likely happened means so much more and says so much more about their game sense, their skill, and their tenure in this title. Now, they've still got a ways to go as we move further up north, and that's where things can be a little bit problematic, because a lot of teams are landing and setting themselves up at High Point, one of the more common endings to rings like these.
Honestly, High Point zones are some of my most favorite that I've ever witnessed. They can get really chaotic, and you can see GO just trying to navigate, fencing off the underground where MDY White has just elected to play. And I think that's going to be a strong position for them, especially knowing that they have a team on top of them. You don't really want to overput out, but as more teams start to filter their way through this, GO are going to look for that preferred positioning, with this being their drop spot now.
And the thing is that the place specifically that GO have chosen to play is a little bit more reliant on the ring pulling to a finish that's closer to Lightning Rod, but given where the zone is touching, right near the top of our screens, you can tell that it's going to favor that side. There's more playable space on that side of the zone, and GO predict that, recognize what's going on with the ring algorithm, and I think make an appropriate decision once it's a little bit more.
Two cells, bro. Nice. Sick. Dropping you. Pull the back, fuck you, I'm coming to get it.
Crazy to me seeing TSM choose this building and not the one further into where the zones actually don't touch in High Point, because you think back to the turning point of their season back in the Split 2 regular season, that building was what won them the High Point zone, where they threw down at least, I think it was like 19 eliminations from that rooftop. So TSM are no stranger to zones that end in High Point, and in fact have found so much success.
They will be having, as we said, Fnatic rotate up right behind them. Fnatic stuck with the job of making sure that no team is able to make their way up late from wall or even through the Prowler caves right next door. At this point, they should be able to farm some kills from teams that rotate in late, like, say, the Dojo, who are making their way in now, Optic Gaming and Enterforce 36, who should all be moving through the...
Bro, if we get right now, what's the team?
We're try. Go on. I'm getting T-type hard.
We
Just
can't
show.
probably force their hard.
Oh, there's back on team.
Okay, nice.
Okay, you wanna fight? Okay, I will.
Cat,
Where are they?
Bro, are these teams real across?
10 flash on him.
Bro, what the fuck's going on?
Charles had wall guys on me.
Can't decide.
Let's keep wide on one.
They will go. Oh, on bomb.
Yeah.
Let's fight that. I think let's fight that.
Batting her. Nice, good
I'm
smoke,
batting,
good smoke.
batting.
Batting and running up.
After my back.
Yeah, running up now. Do you have wall?
It's a
Do you have
different
wall,
team.
guys?
Show.
Okay, I'm going to do it.
No, it's cat.
めちゃくちゃきついとこ
How long to wall?
I don't have 30, I just used it. There's no way I
Get
get it.
caught. Way down. Sure. My best work for 10. Best work one time. To the main.
No bats. Can you drop
Yeah.
me on?
I have one.
This is fucked. I need to put a trap.
Wait for him
on
to
the
shoot,
button.
wait for him
We
to
can
shoot.
try clip one on the inside.
Yeah. We're just rat this guy on the right.
We can
just
run
sitting
to
here.
rock and live there for a bit.
Alright.
Bro, once we get wall back, we can definitely take that
We
fucking
can
kill
also
I'm
just
talking
rat
about.
here and see the team on the right peeks up.
I'm on half.
I mean, I can't see because you're in front of me. How much light do we have?
11. I have 11, bro.
I need light ammo.
11 bro
How long to
40%.
Oh my god あやばい
Pretty sure that right tunnel's free. Or you can always force the close building as well, you know? You have the wall like 2 here. I
Yeah.
can swing through it.
Okay, I can do that wall, yeah.
I mean, yeah, listen, I'm gonna smoke this.
We still got plenty more squads and adaptations to zone that need to occur. Let's go ahead and bring up the map soon, because that's where it's going to be really important to note that Alliance have actually made the big brain play that you were talking about.
That next zone is actually going to pull directly towards Alliance. So think of that mass exodus of all of the teams that favored High Point. That's the gamble when you don't have that next zone information. But Alliance, they took the risk, knowing that Lightning Rod has been their POI for so long. But for teams like Oxygen Esports, who needed a very strong performance here, rotating out of Barometer on Storm Point, a Lightning Rod zone is their worst nightmare.
And not everyone has this information yet. Oxygen, in fact, are still fighting teams that, oh my lord, are trying to make their way through and into High Point. We'll see how this fight turns out, and then we'll start considering what the fate of the other teams are.
Oxygen Esports still trying to inch ever so closely towards that zone. Time is of the essence, ammo is of the essence, and Aiden looking to make every bullet count, trying to navigate the doorway, catching teammates off guard. He was about to try to shoot him in the back, but not before Complexity was able to put suppressive fire, but Vayne taking to the skies, jumping around. That guy is just dancing throughout the building.
Aiden gets chased, and suddenly the hunter becomes the hunted. Plenty of damage on Cody, the last member of Complexity. And that's another squad taken down. In fact, it's our first of this game as Oxygen retain their highest of high grounds on Storm Point. Now we have to turn our attention to the teams that will...
Ready, Vinny?
Go. Oh my god, I got slowed.
Good. I think there's 2 guys. Okay.
Listen, if we get landed on and we don't get an entry, we fucking back up to you, okay?
Right, they'll throw down a vac tower, maybe a grab lift and jump halfway up it and try to rotate maybe towards somewhere that could have been free. But for the teams that are late arriving, they're going to have a completely free eastern side of that next zone.
Disguise start pushing up on Sentinels in front of them. Both these teams with a late rotate, both hoping to frag out. A quick wall bounce from Lou gets him out of dodge. Before Bangalore really becomes a problem. Does land a little bit of damage and pushes Disguise to back, but it's up to Sentinels to take that space and do with it what they will. What they've chosen to do is retreat on the other side of this engagement.
I like this though, because you think of the north side of Storm Point being the highest elevation on the map, and this climb to Thunderwatch is atrocious. Should they not work their way up and start getting into cover now, they run the risk of Disguise pushing in on them, but they're actually going to hit a Valkyrie, which necessarily won't go as far, but this will give them the best chance to get around Sentinels and find that cover closer to the side of Thunderwatch.
I like that you mentioned that it doesn't go as far because it's a really important point when considering how Sentinels will react to this play. They get a good chunk on Senox, but very quickly it's a race up this hill. It's a lot like the race that we saw between Oxygen and Dark Zero, but this time it's on foot, and one that's a whole lot closer from both sides. Checking across the way, Dupe isn't going to get shot in the side, but both teams will arrive to Thunderwatch at around the same time, and now it becomes a much closer quarters fight.
The fact that Thunderwatch was even free at this point in the game just goes to show you how many teams had moved into High Point. The fact that no one was even trying to play Thunderwatch.
Optic towards the low ground are holding out Pulverex, trying to force them, or rather, I think it's Aurora now, trying to force them to go into Command Center. It's going to end up working out for them. At this point, it's more about buying space than trying to truly influence the pathing of another team. It doesn't matter if you're mirrored right now. What matters is by how much distance you are. So Optic are going to leave this one. Not going to be checking behind them too often. What they're fortunately going to discover is that the positions right in front of them, right uphill, are occupied. And even an evac tower will not help you entirely. It'll be a band-aid on a bigger problem.
You have to start to think about Optic's rotation, right? With two people in Thunderwatch, Disguise and Sentinels coexisting. Yes, you could try to play the underneath of Thunderwatch, but you run the risk of people shooting at you from the side. Knowing that Pulverex was able to walk straight in towards that next zone, knowing they have crypto, they're going to be constantly scouting with the drone itself, looking for someone that may decide to wrap around their side as well.
The best part of this is that, as you say, they've identified that their biggest threat will come from the south. So few teams will be able to approach their position from High Point because you have to go through Alliance and Dark Zero in order to do so, and it's really not worth it. Pulverex have a fine position, but not one that's worth risking your life for. So instead, they will be focused entirely towards the south side. This next ring won't close it up off behind them, but the one following it will. What this next ring will do is push MDY White out into the open.
We're about to lose half the teams of this lobby here as this circle starts to close. The fact that there's 19, it is all about how are you going to make it out into the open, out in the field of Prowlers, as you can see, Realize hitting the rotation, flying over Thunderwatch. Which rock will they elect to play with no legends like Watson to be able to fence off, just have the catalyst, and they're probably going to have to really utilize that Dark Veil. So
Imperial, come on. Dark Zero 18部隊来たのラウンド3やろ
There's a team inside here too. I got blown out skinned by them. I got blown out skinned by these guys. Evan, you gotta watch that, bro.
It's in the gas. Tell me to watch it.
They can still wrap the gas.
Yeah, watch the gas.
We should probably wipe this. I feel like we need to clean this up.
Not yet, not yet.
I think they're fighting like
They're wiping over
Get.
I bang on, do you want it?
パイロンあるやん
They're raising. I read down on my
Nice.
Down, 40 on down, pushing this.
ガルバとニューキャン GO
I'm gonna go hold.
You hold, please.
I'm gonna mech it.
I'm popping mech it. We might get threatened by this team here. They're fighting in the command center. Listen, we're gonna walk this in and bang out the team in the corner in the spot.
Yeah.
I got a digi. I need light ammo. I have 17 bullets.
I don't have a digi.
Yeah, I got light for you.
Dropping light. I dropped light. I dropped 80.
Light for you.
I got some.
Is there more? Okay, I need that light then.
I need more like fucking cells, man.
Bats on me.
8 cells.
Nades on me as well.
I'm popping out the cell. We gotta make sure nobody walks up on us, guys. We're all looting for 10 seconds.
I'm looking right now.
Where are the arc stars at? I have no arc stars.
2 arcs in my inventory here. I dropped 2. Grab those on the ground.
Okay.
Still 14 teams alive.
Yep. We gotta worry about this. Listen, we gotta slow roll in here, okay? We're gonna walk this in slowly. The evac turns from command. There's a guy here, or it's a rat or something. Right here, Ben's top.
Okay. We try to get that kill.
He's running to the left.
Yep.
Excuse.
Kill us solo.
He's low.
30 flash on him, man. He's still behind the fucking crate. We gotta walk up and bingo left. We gotta walk up and bingo left.
Let it there as well.
Okay. We gotta walk up and bingo left, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk the right so we can kill
What do you want me to
them.
bingo? Left on the corner.
Demon.
レフトなコーナー。おーおーおーおー。まずいまずいまずいまずい。ダークゼロこんなとこ取っとったんや。いつの間に。いつの間にいいとこ。
It's like 12 seconds. I don't see anything on the left side of the catwalk. Can we walk up the rock? I'm playing. Where are we safe at? I'm safe here, maybe. I'm safe here. Come back, safe here. I can't get it. We're chilling right now. We're just chilling. They're walking right. Come right. Come right. They're fighting. They're hard fighting over here. They just wiped.
I don't have a digi. Get on the back. Over swap.
See to the left. Look left. Look. Shoot left. Trying to get a swap. They're still island. They are. Big smoke, please.
I don't have the smoke. Very right, Southern. There's a guy knocked right there. He's jumping on you. Two.
Why are you using your pink smokes, man? Like.
Press across.
I'm just getting shot from the whole server. Like, what is this fucking zone? Fuck, man! Like, what is this zone?
I mean, where's the other team?
I saw the other team and then I got shot from fucking 6 people to 30-30 because I'm in the open with no fucking bank smoke. I just died instantly. I tried to Q and run back and I'm just dead.
No, I know, but you shot at them like shoot left, but like.
Yeah, but I thought you don't have
any cover even.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was going to leave, and then I just got fucking killed out of there. Like, I'm literally getting shot from the whole server in the open.
Ooh.
Sick fucking zone, bro. Like, that is so bullshit.
Like, what in the fucking...
I mean, we just wasted everything. Wasted our catwall, wasted our Bengal.
We had to, right? They got fucking 100 HP. They were wide swinging already for the corner spot.
I don't know. I
feel like we shouldn't have even like thought that we could go that way.
We needed to because we cleared our back. We should have still like pushed left, like in the corner spot because who is gonna push? Who's gonna fucking third party us? They all just fought on the right, and like you guys just catwalk to the right, and I had no other choice but to go that way.
Why can't we see on the right just staring at us?
How? If they were staring at us, we would have died. They would have looked right over from Prowlers and killed us all.
The building team could see us too if I walled to the left.
No, the building cannot see us from where we're at. We're on Vulcan. Like you have to catwall in a manner of like where we can get close enough to the fucking team in the corner of the wall. So like that was the play. But like the play changed because
because it looked like we were about to die. There's so many teams that all up on crossing there. Like we would get shot in the back and the team in the corner spot wouldn't get shot in the back. We would get rolled. Like, they're just gonna sit behind the catwall that I would give for them and we just act free.
Yeah, who's gonna shoot us in the back?
Either the power team or the building team. I can't walk the building. The building has LS on us the whole time we're walking up. I'm like pretty positive I wall up there. We just die.
I went I saw this like the same exact zone in sprint. We literally played the same shit, and it flew onto the fucking rock.
Yeah.
Am I the only one that remembers that?
なんでダンクゼロダンクゼロこっちかなんでゼロしてんのおーエフェクトがまんまがNo
What's that?
Remember the TSM that can just
don't have smokes or like how many you have. Just
yeah.
Like going into that situation,
when he was asking for it, it was
don't
literally
have
on 2
any.
seconds.
I know. I just mean like before, like
Yeah,
before,
yeah.
like
No,
when
you're
you
right.
use them. Like if we knew we didn't have any smokes, I don't think we do that.
本番強っ。意味わからないよ。
What an impeccable play from Polvarex. And what a stunning course of Storm Point just in the nick of time, kicking themselves into high gear. This is a team that could contest in the finals, given how they've played 2 of the zones of the 3 that we've seen so far.
Look, all I gotta say is I'm really loving all the crypto plays that we're seeing throughout Group Series, and honestly, Ascend looked strong earlier. Now Polvarex says, all right, I'm gonna stand up for the crypto players, but hey, Analyst Desk, I'm curious to see what you've got to say about Polvarex.
Not much to say. They've been doing it without talking. They've been talking the way that it matters in games. 2 out of 3. That is a pretty good record for any Apex I've ever played in terms of win rate. And Polvarex continue on what has been a Cinderella story from the very beginning of a team that's been a fan favorite, has yet to cross that finals threshold and make sure that they have a chance at the end of the day. But I think that this could be a starting point, Genome. And again, their moment in the sun, they're always a team that represents APAC so well, and also it just gives us good vibes whenever they're playing.
Yeah, they are. It doesn't matter how many of them are there. They will absolutely be putting their whole heart into it. And, you know, sometimes group stage, it can just be a little bit of a warm-up in some ways, right? Or just a chance to get things right, to work through any issues the team has got and get you ready for when it matters, for when the money's on the line.
One of the things they're so good about is positioning and getting into those top 5s, like Gino mentioned, as 2 or as 3. And they're also great at making us smile. But one thing I want to talk about is a little bit how they did it. And let's go to Graceful for our final zone and recap how Polvarex was able to take their 2nd game out of 3. As we play that, walk me through what you saw. A lot of Catalyst play, and obviously Polvarex taking on a good fight against the Skies.
So the absolute biggest thing that we all take notice of is that Alliance should win the game. They put themselves in a bad spot. Polvarex took the best spot in my opinion. The only thing that most teams aren't disciplined. Polvarex, however, is a different team. They held that wall super well. They knew they played from Alliance. There was only one play they could do. They denied that by immediately peeking the wall so that Alliance couldn't just walk to the short wall. You're gonna see it right here soon. You see the wall on the far right side right here? Where the wall is crossed, that's where they're aiming to get to. Those exact boxes that they're just holding. They're not even stepping up aggressively, they're just holding hands, playing their spot. Don't do anything too rash, we win this for free if we hold hands. And they're just super disciplined. The APEC team so far today have been, wow.
Yeah, and this is what you said in terms of mechanics, right? And macro, you were talking about how they work so well together as a unit earlier, APAC specifically.
Yes. So teams in general tend to have, especially when you play comps that aren't, like their comp specifically, as you can see, is really team-oriented. Like you can play more aggressive team comps like Bloodhound Bang, which is like everybody's trying to make a play and it's really hard to keep staying synergized. Like, you know, oh, I'm scanning something, oh, I smoked something, we need to swing this, and they're off timing. But when you play comps like this and they know what their role is on the team, amazing work staying together.
And if you're talking about making plays as well, there you can see Shunmi going past the Catalyst wall first, right? And in those end zones in the current meta, it is very important that your Catalyst player can make those plays because, of course, that is the one legend that can cross the opposing catwalls without encountering that stun.
Exactly, yeah.
Obviously, match 3 ended up in a Polvarex win, but a lot of teams in the mix as we take a look at an interesting great chart here as well. Ben, what are you seeing? Polvarex, Disguise, the team that's recently been signed. Welcome, Disguise Toast, to the esport of Apex Legends. Duplex, Lou, and Synox, not a bad squad to have with you. And also Dark Zero staying in the mix in top 3.
No, not at all here. Disguised, of course, getting their return. What feels like took a little bit longer than expected, but trust me, there's still 3 great matches to go here. Dark Zero, though, continuing to clutch at the heels of many. Walking away with 5K plus out of that game is nothing to shy away from, and they truly were the pressuring factor in this lobby, truly driving what occurred, even if they weren't walking away with that win.
It's hard to overstate how important it is and how impressive it is to continually get top 3, top 5s in these ever-changing lobbies, not just because of the skill level that is so high, but also the circumstances that you have to overcome, whether it is that early game where there's a lot of zone rotating teams fast, or those teams that like to play a little slower, going against new challenges. That is something Dark Zero has somehow found a way to overcome. First place yet again, Genome, but Pulverex with those 2 wins has found their way back into second. Bottom 10 though, have a conversation with me at least at something that you poke out here. Aurora, obviously, they've had some new swaps here. Fire Beavers formerly coming in and playing with them. Dojo, maybe expecting a little more. What's standing out to you so far?
Yeah, as the scoreboard gets taken away from me there. Yeah, look, my memory is telling me that there was a couple of teams there that obviously need to push a little bit further, right? Because obviously what we're worried about with some of those teams in the bottom 10 there, Rain Day, is that they're not going to make it through to the winners bracket final, right? And that's where the overall scoreboard comes in.
And that too is kind of where you start to run out of time. I mean, we don't want to say anything in terms of the tournament because you still have tomorrow, even if you're in the losers, or excuse me, the elimination bracket 1, or if you're in the winners final. Elimination bracket 1 starts to get scary. That's when you have to really maybe consider changing a lineup, changing a drop zone, because you know you could be going home if you don't get it right. And that's where you sometimes don't want to be, because that means you can't practice stuff that when you're winning, you don't have to change, right? You could basically continue to do what is working for you. One thing I do want to talk about in terms of changing, though, Graceful, you've teed up something that these players didn't necessarily decide, the game did, in terms of changes in our legend compositions. Walk me through what has happened so far between Split 2 just a month and a half ago in our playoffs, and now in terms of how the game has changed as far as legends.
So Split 2 in general, Seer was very strong, insanely strong. Let's even talk about Seer in general, is that he just brought so much to the team that they just played him regardless, because you have 30 seconds wall hack, you have HP knowledge as well, you cancel stuff as well. He was just so oppressive that you had to pick him. If not, you could actually lose a fight just by not having him on the team, right? You can see the pick rate right here as well. Seer's pick rate was sky high, and this season now it's super low, right? Bangalore and Horizon, however, stays super viable due to the fact that almost the same as Seer, but not as oppressive, brings so much to the team. Bang can frag, she can play slow with her ult, she can, you know, help with macro due to smoke, she has everything, right? Horizon brings a completely different thing that no other Legends has, is that she brings verticality to teams. And that's that's the biggest reason why people pick her. Sure, her passive is god tier for fighting, and she's just a good solid fragger, but the verticality, so many zones end where one good option opens up, like on a ceiling due to a bang ult, which is why you play her with bang as well. You just bang ult, they are forced to drop off or to rotate away because you will die. If you get 3-man stunned, you're just dead on 3-man Horizon team lands on, you're just immediately dead.
And that was Split 2.
So now, looking into this season here, we see Catalyst Bangalore Horizon. Once again, Bangalore Horizon, so strong. Catalyst just adds on to that. Now, instead of just being oppressive in fighting due to Seer, now we're adding the defensive capabilities to the characters, and also more macro due to wall. But Catalyst actually opens up if you get a spot, you can play this comp on edge, you can play this comp in zone, you can play anywhere, because you can bunker down, you can play edge, you can do everything. It's just so viable. And speaking of that, we also see more legends here, such as Bloodhound for offensive comps, Fuse, Crypto, Newcastle, Jibby. Genome, would you want to take a head on Fuse for me, maybe? Why do we see more of Fuse, specifically tied to maybe specific maps?
Yeah, like that is definitely getting more play on World's Edge right now. How I'm viewing him at the moment, he's almost like a long-range caustic, right? In the way that he annoys teams, in the way that his utility is useful, because we do see a lot more building end zones in World's Edge, and so the knuckle clusters just come out so annoying at you know, poking you into corners, doing damage, stealing those shield cells away from you.
I gotta ask, Grayson, did you ask him about Fuse because he's Australian? Is that why you threw straight to him? You just skipped Ben for some reason.
I swear to God,
I mean, come on. I mean, really? I mean, I don't want to have that on this desk. Okay, everybody has parity here. All jokes aside, I think obviously when you look at these teams, you've seen also Crypto drop a little bit to become a little more niche. 15% in Split 2, now down to 7%. We've seen Bloodhound join the fray, who is completely unplayed, and that's been something that I think teams have figured out in this wiggle room time. But as we settle into what is going on for the rest of the tournament, I think you will see that these squads, these legend choices become even more refined and settled in. So keep watching and we will define this meta even more over these next 3 days. But of course, one thing that's already been defined is my favorite segment of the day. You know what I'm talking about. It's WD Black, what's in your pack? And today, Zephyr, I'm gonna lean in with you because this one, you just gotta talk about it when you see it. It's the Kraber. Walk us through what this weapon brings to Apex.
Whether it's the pressure of a single shot alone or a quick 360 or 720 skill shot, the Kraber is something like no other. The pressure that this, and I would say line of sight, brings to the table is something that is unparalleled to any other weapon in the game. As a heirloom option, it has now found itself more commonly, especially in the early game with changes we saw just a few seasons ago, which means the threat is always lurking, and especially with new skirmishers also joining the pack, it lets everybody know that that Kraber is in action. One of my favorite things to see in action, and you got to see that a little earlier, Gino. That clip's been going viral already.
Mate, that was one of the best moments of my casting career. I know it was one of MT's favorite moments probably in his career. He was in disbelief, but sometimes it's not even just the ammo, it's the sound ringing out. That's how much fear it will put in the minds of your opponents.
Just hearing the sound of a Kraber, we've all been there as well. And so we'll continue to see how these weapons, how these legends affect the remaining 3 games. Remember, we've only got 3 more before we have set up our elimination brackets and our winners brackets tomorrow. So don't go anywhere. Of course, if you want to keep in touch with everything we've got going on Apex Legends-wise, make sure to follow us on X, I guess, Twitter, whatever you want to call it at this point. The one that we all use to talk about stuff esports-wise at Play Apex Esports. That's right, of course, Play Apex on Twitch and, of course, on YouTube. What a phenomenal day we have going on. We are heading into our next and our final 3 games. We are switching maps, and I believe our casters are ready for us as well. So let's kick it off. It's Dan Gaskin, it's Mark Hatcher. They're ready to end the day strong.
We are so ready to get this going, and it is going to be not just the end of the day, but the end of group play as well. Tomorrow is where bracket play kicks off, but before we get there, Dan, we've got to find out which side of the bracket these teams are going to be in.
Yeah, thankfully, I've got lots of mathematicians behind the scenes who are helping me keep everything updated, but I can tell you about 15 teams are locked in to the winners bracket, which would leave only 5 places remaining. Remember we were talking about the Pioneers watching on? They're in 20th position at the moment on 91 points, so the cutoff may be around there, so that's very scary for the Pioneers watching.
Well, this is going to be where we're having the action take place. It's been the end of Storm Point, and now we move over to World's Edge. And if you're a Pulverex fan, you're probably hoping we play Storm Point until the end of time. 2 wins for them. Dark Zero, of course, getting their customary win, as you would expect from one of the best in the world. But World's Edge certainly poses a different proposition for this team.
It does, but it's great news for Pulverex, who at the Split 2 playoffs performed far better on World's Edge. So now they're going to arguably one of their better maps. Then maybe Pulverex can just get over the line here. Because I can tell you, Pulverex are currently tied with Pioneers on 91 points. The teams that we're looking at, those bubble teams, we're looking at the likes of Pulverex, 100 Thieves, Dojo. These guys are around the kind of 15th to 18th at the moment, but the teams that are below them, they're going to be trying to overtake them. GoNet, Fnatic, FaZe, Northeption, Tom, Young, Kung, and Alliance, all trying to break into that top 20.
Well, you can see the Hall of Champions in front of you. The question is, when we get to Sunday evening, who is going to be the champion of the ALGS Championships? Well, we're going to find out who's going to be going to which side of the bracket, who's going to be the winners, who's going to be in the elimination. Taking a look at our drops on World's Edge, Dan, what do you like the look of?
Well, there's something I don't like the look of, and that's Dojo versus Alliance. I'm saying that Alliance are just about there. They're on 90 points at the moment, but that's probably a better spot than Dojo find themselves in, who are just a little bit further behind. Actually, sorry, they're a little bit further ahead. They are on 93, so both of our 2 bubble teams going to be competing against each other on drop, and that will naturally rip points away from one of them.
That's somewhat terrifying, to be honest, for both of those teams. Alliance who have been through it, Mandy doing his job and filling in beautifully for them yesterday, but now the young effect is back, and you have to question if he's going to be able to get back on the lineup and do what he does best, send them through to the winner's side of the bracket. Sentinels, another team to keep an eye on here, Dan, as well as FaZe. Like you mentioned, they need a couple more games to solidify their position in that winner's side. Well, match 4 is live here in Birmingham. It's time to get underway.
time to get those legends selected and see if anyone's going to go for anything out of the blue. But I think at this point, it's crunch time. This is when you need to be playing your best composition possible. However, you might notice in the top left of your screen, Dark Zero are feeling a little bit confident, and they're going to be going for something a little bit different. I see a Revenant on my screen.
And of course it's Zero who's going to be playing on Revenant by the looks of things. We'll have to get confirmation when we get in game if that is going to be the case. That certainly throws somewhat of a spanner in the works, but all eyes understandably, as we see the teams coming out of the dropship here, Dan, are going to be on thermal station. Are we going to see Alliance and Dojo duking it out for that spot?
So Alliance on 90 points, Dojo on 93, and if we believe that the cutoff may be around 98, I think is where J-Lings are, then this is going to be a situation where one of these teams has to make sure they can bully the other enough just to get that extra 5 points or so to take them over the line.
Both teams out of the dropship. Keep my eyes fixed on our map overhead we have in front of us to see if that contest is going to be going down. And of course 36 is going to be going over to the tree and might even think about a little third party if they get their loot just in time. But looking elsewhere, yes indeed, we are going to have the contest going down. It's Alliance versus the Dojo, and Hackis and Effect both down to barely any HP.
Barely any at all, as now Hackis is going to go down. It's going to be Yuki and Effect against the entire Dojo roster, and this could be a fight that potentially sends Dojo into the winner's bracket, really, with how many points they've already been able to get. The enemy's already taken a lot of damage here.
Does manage to get the spikes down though. That's going to be a problem for whoever's inside. And Alliance at the moment just hoping for a gun, and they're not even going to be able to get one of those by the looks of things. Yuki going to fall as well. One more player to go to delete Alliance from what has been their home for so long, and Design Force hungry. Alliance eliminated, and the Dojo stand up and let them know.
I mean, that puts Dojo to 96 points, one behind 100 Thieves, and 100 Thieves and J-Lings, they're two teams that are kind of watching on saying, have we done enough? Are we going to be able to be in that winner's bracket? Elsewhere, Optic Gaming also in a fight down towards Stacks, and it looks like they're going to win their contest against Gambare Artisan. So Optic also holding strong, and they are one of those teams who currently hold one of those winner bracket spots. I mean, they were looking good coming into this. 89 points before they even started this series, and you can see 24 they've been able to put down after the 3 Storm Point matches.
Well, this is where we're going. You can see the circle. You also get a little bit of a ring console information to show us where we're going to be going. And for teams like Sentinels, who mentioned, who really need to solidify a position with a good game, and the same can be said for FaZe, this is a great zone for them. That high ground on the eastern side of the zone going to be so vital to hold down.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough one. Like Dojo winning that fight, but now you've got to try and make your way all the way to the northeast side, and you've got to go through quite a few heavy hitters to get there. Dark Zero are going to be moving fast though from Harvester, so perhaps they're not going to be too much of a worry. You might catch a few teams who are starting to get a little bit desperate now that might start playing a little bit more risky, potentially going for more KP, recognizing that if they just try and play placements, it could just be a little bit too difficult with some of the heavy hitters in this lobby.
Well, here is a look at Epicenter, or just outside of it. One of those teams who are going to be making their rotate and playing for this eastern side, and some of that high ground is going to be FaZe. Complexity at the moment stuck in a little bit of an in-between situation, caught on their rotate. This truck is probably going to be good for the long term, but we all know at this point how hard it is to hold down this truck, especially with so many fuses in the lobby as well.
Yeah, it was hard enough back in the day before Fuse was even involved, but now with Fuse being so heavy in the meta, you're just going to get bombarded throughout. So Sentinels, try as they might, we'll have to see how it goes down, but as we can see, 26 points on the board for them. They've already secured a winner's bracket spot as well with their performance, so as long as they've been doing the math in the back, they should be feeling very confident going into World's Edge.
Fnatic making their rotate as well. Been a bit of a quiet tournament for Fnatic so far. Somewhat of a surprise to see them as low as they are, and it's looking like potentially an elimination bracket run for them after their strong performance in the Split 2 playoffs. But we know the talent on that team. We know they'll be able to put it together. You would imagine they'll be making a long run and trying to get back in that finals themselves. TSM, let's take a look at them. They do have ring console information, and you can see at the moment they're just going to be set up outside of Overlook, playing the height on this tower, holding anyone out who's trying to rotate behind.
Of course, TSM already qualified into that winner's bracket with the points they were able to accrue even before this series started, but this is a chance to play in a, well, what is a very competitive scrim for them in a way against the best teams in the world, and making sure they can stay on top. TSM don't just want to coast through to the winner's bracket, they want to dominate into that winner's bracket so they can show why they believe they are the best team in the world still.
Two teams who are surrounding them, the team that Hal's looking at in that building, that is going to be FaZe. Behind them is going to be Go Next Esports. Also making their rotate to Overlook at the moment is going to be Disguise. You can see them just at the top of your screen right now, as we see the Overlook of the POI itself and where all these teams are trying to fight for position. Elsewhere, realize they're over a landslide, completely out of it at the moment, but Tom Young Kung, they're in Skyhook. A little bit of fight going down here with Aurora.
Yeah, and they're closing in on having a real shot at that winner's bracket as well. With how they've been playing and how the points have been going, they're projected to be in that winners. Just adding an extra bit of KP will increase their chances even more so. So a couple of early fights, a few contests going down, but this is really important that everyone is just locked in going into World's Edge, because there are still squads that can leapfrog you, even if you might be projected to get into that winner's bracket. You mentioned a team like Fnatic, for example, even though they are very far behind, a couple of wins, and suddenly they could be up there and snatching one of those spots off you.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to think that this is almost over, right? But there's 3 more games, and we know how many points you can accrue. And it wouldn't surprise me to see in that last game someone make a late run and steal away one of those winner's bracket spots, and on the other side, somebody lose out on it. Tom Young Kung trying to hold off Aurora, who are going for that banner at the moment, and I'm pretty sure that they got it. The question is, can they get the res and get back to a 3, or is this going to be the end of the game for them? 9 Impulse will go down. He will be finished off here as well, and Tom Young Kung, once again, just on top in this fight.
Yeah, and they've really impressed me throughout this tournament. Right on day 1, we saw a couple of end circles that they were involved with, and they were a real threat in the lobby. And they show that they are going to be a real dominant force as we move forward further into the bracket, and they should be good to get into that winner's bracket as well. Now they can just hold up here at Skyhook, maybe look for that final player, but eventually they will continue their journey over towards Epicenter and further.
Aurora's still alive in the lobby. It was Orain who managed to get away. Should be able to get back and maybe secure the banners, unless Tom Young Kung want to just count those for a few more moments to see if they can pick up that extra KP, or certainly make sure that Aurora aren't a threat to them on their rotate by letting them back into the game. Elsewhere, as you can see on the map overhead, right in the northern side around Survey Camp, you have Fnatic spread pretty wide at the moment, just controlling multiple positions. Realize making their move through Epicenter as well. A little bit of maybe a fight starting to break out inside of Fragment, you can see between Enter Force 36 and Pulverex, who, like I said, would maybe wish the World's Edge looked a lot more like Stormpoint after their previous performance in the 3 games, but Fnatic, I feel like pressure on their shoulders here in these 3 games now.
Yeah, and they're split at the moment. Fnatic, only a 2 here. Their final player is over towards Survey Camp, so they have to be very careful that they don't get involved in an engagement too soon. Otherwise, they might just be run off on. But I think what they're doing is using that 3rd player as kind of a scout to ensure that they own this northern side of the circle, and they're not going to be pressed by anyone arriving through the ring. You saw when we had the map overhead as well, a few teams kind of banking over towards the east, closer to Overlook, but on the northern side of that circle that was coming up. There's going to be a lot of open ground in this final circle, which is not going to be able to be held in the early stages. And that's going to mean we're going to lose a lot of teams kind of round 4-ish when they're trying to break their way in and they're being contested by all the guys that have already found space. So expect there to be a lot of action in the kill feed once we do get there, but for now, there is plenty of space to play.
Oxygen Esports on our screens at the moment. We've kind of talked about how the expectation for this team has shifted after their performance at the Split 2 playoffs, and we're going to have to see if they can adapt to that new pressure, that newfound expectation that's been put on their shoulders. A couple of good games here would maybe just restore a little bit of parity to what is expected of them. But they're going to have to deal with Enter Force 36 and Pulverex, who are going to be pretty close to them at the moment. Aiden's going to be hoping that Reed Scan's going to give them the information this building is clear. So for now, it will be safe. It looks like they might be playing for a little bit of recon.
Yeah, Oxygen in the overall is on about 61 points at the moment, so that's 30 plus off of what we think would be the cutoff. And you know, it's achievable, but you've also got to do it whilst no one else is getting those points as well. So you're probably going to need about 40. I think if you're around the 100 mark, you're all but guaranteed to be in that winner's bracket, and that is achievable for Oxygen. But we heard what Jayhawk was saying on the desk earlier. Stormpoint is where they seem to thrive, but we're on World's Edge.
Well, here's a fight breaking out, and it is going to be Disguised who are finding the end of the vault from Verhulst. TSM clean them up so comfortably, and that Dark Veil was almost perfect there for him to just poke through Verhulst and get those kills on board.
TSM fans back in the building. It's been allowed after the Dreamfire fans have dominated the crowd all day long, but it's great to hear some other chants. 10th place at the moment in this series are TSM, but they still hold one of the power positions in the overall standings. And they're in a good spot as well, over towards Overlook. You can hold this eastern side of the circle for quite some time. It's only Go Next who are kind of near them and around them. And you can see the pings that are happening. TSM very aware of how much space they have to cover at the moment, and they have to just apply pressure in the right areas, do damage to the right teams to ensure that they can continue to hold that spot.
Just looking at the kill feed there, you can see Reeds has gone down on Oxygen Esports. The question is, can they get the res? Should be able to, as the knock did come in from distance with that scout. Go Next, just playing down on this low ground at the moment, kind of trying to rotate underneath the position that TSM just took out Disguised from. But no targets as yet. Dark Zero, though, #1 next to their name at the moment. And I've got to say, Dan, coming into this tournament, understandably, a lot of talk about Dark Zero being the favourites to maybe take this event home. Well, their performance so far, they are backing up a lot of people's prediction.
I mean, even Dark Zero themselves said that they believe they were the favourites.
Zero will tell you who'll win anything.
Exactly, but even Jen Burton was saying, we feel like we're the favourites, although I'd probably rather be the underdog coming into the tournament because it does apply that extra little bit of pressure onto your shoulders, but it doesn't seem like it phases them. Dark Zero have been excellent so far this tournament, showing the same consistency we've seen for the past couple. But we'll have to see if it carries on into bracket play, because group stages is one thing, but when it gets to a pressure situation of bracket play, that's an entirely different scenario. Now, Circle, it's moving down, it's moving away from where TSM and Dark Zero were kind of thinking of, and it does play into the hands perfectly, really, of Optic Gaming.
I was going to say, also, it plays into the hands of the Dojo, because Dojo were crafting on their way towards zone. They won that contest as well, and they know by playing this southern side of the zone, they're going to be on the slow side of it. Fnatic, though, they're on the opposite end of things. They have to take some fights and fight their way through the lobby. The team they're going up against right now is going to be MDY White, as Melzera's trying to get some damage down, but MDY White at the moment holding strong, but they don't have the shields really to contest unless Fnatic make a mistake here.
Well, they're getting aggressive, our MDY White. They full send it out, maybe to try and catch them off guard, but Fnatic were there waiting, ready. Yuka gets the first one, and MDY White looks like it's going to be all bad news for them as they get eliminated. Fnatic are able to hold strong and in good timing as well, because round 3 about to close. So Fnatic, they held the northern side and they are rewarded for their push, and they should be able to reset before anyone else gets involved.
Yeah, you saw that reps from distance there with the knuckle cluster managed to get her down as well, but not able to convert on it. The gold knockdown will certainly be good enough to get Fnatic back and ready to fight. Aurora are kind of hovering in the vicinity as well as we take a look at where we maybe expect this zone to be ending. Oxygen Esports, who are probably thinking, hey, this zone is going to be a very tough one for us to rotate into. With the shift that we've seen, are probably thinking and feeling a little bit more confident than they were a few moments ago.
Yeah, if they have that information from a ring console, then they'll be feeling very happy, but I'm not sure they will have been able to get one looking at their comp. So it would have just been a survey beacon they would have to work with. Reeds playing Bloodhound. But they are going to get aggressive now, get on top of this building, and you can see into the hunt they go as Reeds wants to be the leading character here and wants to get involved in the fight.
Aurora eliminated in the meantime, and here goes Reeds. Pops in, does that huge initial damage. The Arcstar he has to avoid. The spray is pretty good, but it's not ending this fight quickly enough for them. Pulverex do get eliminated though, and even though Reeds went down, the rest of Oxygen clean up the pieces and start to find momentum, but here come Tom Young Kung. Looking to take advantage of the fight that's broken out, but have Oxygen managed to reset in time?
Well, I think Realize, yeah, being here could be a threat as well. There's just those extra lingering players that makes this very difficult to try and navigate, because in one door, you find one team, you go out of the next, and suddenly there's a surprise waiting for you as it's ring around the rosies at the moment.
Well, here's another fight, and it's going to be Dark Zero versus Complexity by the looks of things, and Complexity are going to be swept aside. Complexity fall in 14th position. Dark Zero once again controlling this bridge, and this is going to be a real test of Dark Zero, this lobby. They have a long way to rotate. They've got a lot of teams to go through. Back to the battle of Fragment at the moment. That's a beautiful spray with the R9.
One of the worst feelings when you just feel it absolutely shredding you right from behind, and unfortunately it's just going to have to be just asking the teammates to try and do something to save you, but it's not going to happen. Tom Young Kung now own this building, but they're still trying to find those last remaining players. And that 1v3 does not look like a fun one to me, but the Arcstar could make a difference.
Oh, he got stuck, and now there might be an opportunity to fly in. Killerpoint is trying to do what he can, but here comes the rest of the support from the team, and Tom Young Kung clean house. Dark Zero eliminated in the meantime. And it was FaZe, I believe, who took them down. Realize also fallen. And I mentioned how this shift has affected so many teams. Almost a fake prediction on where they thought the game was going to be going. And now they're all feeling the effects of it.
Well, FaZe Clan, who need, similarly to the likes of Fnatic, etc., we were talking about earlier, they need wins on the board here on World's Edge if they're to find themselves in the winner's bracket. Ooh, they are capable of it, but Phonyhead goes down. I don't know whether they're going to be able to get him back up. They might have to play this back as a 2, as it will be finished off as TSM are just being a nuisance as Oxygen Esports also go down. And TSM are just having a field day here from height.
I mentioned how this height is so important for these kind of zones, not just if it pulls out to where we thought it was going to, but even if it pulls back to where we are going to, because you could just pepper shots down from that high ground, and that's exactly what TSM are doing right now. Sentinel's still alive though, looking to clean a little bit of space in front of them. The black hole's going to go down. Is it going to connect for big damage?
Wow.
Yes, it is. Queeful gets that entry damage and gets a knock as well. Northeption have been eliminated. And you have to say that Sentinels are in a fantastic position for this endgame.
Yeah, Sentinels have poised themselves very well here, and they've been well aware of their surroundings to make sure they don't allow anyone to just creep up on them.
Damn.
I'm just getting shot in the back.
Who needed this game, who wanted to have this game where they get points on the board, followed up by kills. It's almost been the perfect game for them so far, Dan. Winning the contest and then going forward on the rotate, finding their way to zone, and picking up yet more KP alongside it.
And with that KP, that sends Dojo to an overall of 102 points. Now for me, that's a good cutoff. That's what we're expecting. 100 to be that barrier. So they should be good for the winner's bracket, even after match 4 here. But look at FaZe. They need points even more than the likes of Dojo, and they're going to have to do it as a 2.
Do not reload your gun, do not pop any meds.
Do not breathe.
Do not breathe. No bodily functions for the remaining members of FaZe Clan. Dojo though, confidence, you can see it in the way that they're just walking forward at the moment. There is a care package in front of them. You have to wonder what's going to be inside that, and if it's going to help them towards the end game design.
I have a bunch of light.
On the height to our right.
As soon as you guys jump up, we can walk up here and just shoot them, okay, Chris? Yeah, yeah. Arcane, you should probably stay here and just play.
I'm looking right, I'm looking right.
Yeah.
Wait, there's someone under us. I think you shot someone under us.
Yeah, he did.
Underneath me. 70 flash right here. Down to the left, down to the left.
Yeah, close. 130 on that. I can't see him.
Play back. We have gun spell.
Right here. We're right. Back. Dead. Nice. We got big ult and everything. Yeah. I got one of those. I hit with the name. Right here. Crack it. Nice. I can't see him. He's moving.
On me, climb down. Drop.
I'm right here. Kill. I'm dropping him.
I'm here with Doc. Chill. Heal.
I'll make it.
You might be able to bang ult and reset. We might be able to bang ult and reset.
Okay. Bang ult thing.
On top of us.
Yeah, I'm gonna smoke on top of us.
Rest.
Rising. I go knock.
I think I have wall.
I'm looking for drop. Okay. I didn't hit anyone. I cracked him my height. Should I queue? I'm gonna queue. Queue up. I missed the queue. On my height.
Go ahead.
60.
Good wall.
They're behind the rock.
I needed it.
I'm on the rock.
You dropped on me.
Nice.
Yeah, push.
Dead.
Oh.
Honest.
Break it.
I can't.
I'm playing right.
Coming.
Oh my bad. Get the person you can.
Nice. Good shit, boys. Good fucking
shit.
game.
Let's go.
Good fucking game.
Holy fuck, we went crazy.
Good shit, boys. Let's go.
We have our Apex
first 2 days. Get the Green Wall fans in the building because Optic certainly are a team we have to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I think one of the form teams coming into the event. Now, I've got to say their performance yesterday was somewhat surprising to me. We know the group sometimes can throw spanners in the works when you've got people contesting on different drops, you've got people rotating in a way that maybe they didn't do in scrims, whatever it might be. But for Optic, I think they are certainly a shark in the water and an underdog. Not just to get to those grand finals, but maybe to get their hands on that trophy as well.
I think that's what we've learned in these first 2 days at the ALGS Championship is that even though a lot of the conversation is around Dark Zero and TSM, quite rightly so, for their victories and the only LAN victories, but there seems to be a good 10 squads that have been finding wins that we just start to think, well, you know what, if they have a day on that Sunday, there's no reason why they couldn't be lifting that trophy and suddenly taking all the plaudits at the championships, the biggest tournament of them all, with the biggest prize pool.
Well, let's take a look at the final circle from our 4th game of the series, our first one on World's Edge. And again, it's just a sign of discipline, and that's what wins you these games in these positions from Optic Gaming. They know that the rest of the lobby is in front of them. They're scoping out, they're scouting out. They knew the position of both Sentinels and FaZe, and you can see here, as soon as damage is going to be starting to be done, it's just the trigger to move in.
It's one of those where you're a little bit worried when it's on the high ground, but because Skittlecake's playing Horizon, then there's suddenly all of that worry and any doubt is just left behind. And we see this quite a lot in Apex Legends when you have 3 teams left and you wait for 2 to fight it out, you wait for some damage to be done, and as soon as RKN goes down, that's when it's Optic's time to just get involved in this fight. And of course, it's anonymous mode, so they wouldn't have known who was knocked and which player was knocked, but they certainly saw 2 knocks happening. And that's when they said, look, let's get involved. A good effort from the rest of the Sentinels players to try and make it competitive. They got down Skittlecake, but it's not going to be enough, because the positioning was perfect from Optic Gaming, who find themselves with yet another victory here at the Championships.
So, a pretty satisfying final kill as well from Nox, just whipping the 30-30 out, and a little bit of hit fire connects immediately. 1 out of 1 bullet, all that was required to turn that game into a win. But there's always the step before, isn't it? We always see these final circles and we're like, great, Optic Gaming controlled it and they always looked like they were going to win, but it's before that where they cleared out the southern side of that zone down, won that fight, managed to survive through all the carnage that went down, that put them in that position to even third party and have the opportunity to go forward and win that game.
But also Optic chose that position very early on as well. They were right there at the center area. I said there's going to be a lot of open space. There's not many buildings to really kind of hunker down in. Oh wow, I went very West Country then. Hunker down?
You do it when you get tired.
Maybe it's just, yeah, when I get a little bit more
maybe
tired.
it's the longer you spend in England.
The West Country starts to come through. But yeah, Optic had a very early position there and they made it count. It's one of those things where we see teams try and reside in those positions time and time again, and they'll get bullied off that spot, but Optic held strong.
Yeah, they certainly did indeed. And the leaderboards obviously will shift and will change. And I think it's good news almost for the bubble teams when you see one team that's in qualification spot take the game away with some decent KP, because it doesn't really affect the standings around that qualification spot in 20th place. So even though it's like, unfortunately, you don't win the game, if you're not the team, if it's not one of your, say, competitors in that bubble winning the game, then you can refocus and you can think about games 5 and 6 being the ones that could be yours.
Yeah, just to give you an idea of the teams that have most likely qualified, just as we look at the match 4 results and we get confirmation, Optic Gaming, 20 points for them, but Sentinels picking up a big 19. 12 points for FaZe, it's a start. It's still doable going into match 5 and 6, but they need to catch teams like J-Lings, for example, who were holding down one of those winners bracket spots a little bit earlier when we saw how they were performing. And also Pioneers, they were in 20th at 91 points, but I don't think that's going to be enough. I'm imagining that J-Lings on 98, 100 Thieves on 97, those are the 2 teams that are next in jeopardy. Those are the next ones that are going to be targeted here by all of these teams in the lobby that want to try and find their way to the winners bracket.
One thing that worries me though is Alliance, right? I mean, losing the contest, now they've got 2 games where they're essentially relying on having absolute bangers to get themselves into that winner's side of the bracket. It's a tough situation to be in, right? Knowing that you're going to be contested for the next 2 games as well, because why wouldn't Dojo? They just won the first one. They put good points on the board in a zone that wasn't favorable to them. You know Dojo are coming once again.
I think what's more concerning for Alliance is they don't even need bangers, but they just need some points. And if they are denied game after game here through 5 and 6, they will fall short. They are at the moment 1 point behind the cutoff. And if they don't find a couple of points, they're not going to even have that chance. So they need to win one of the contests here against Dojo. Otherwise, we might be seeing Alliance in that elimination bracket.
Yeah, an impressive 10-kill game coming in from Sentinels to take that second place as well. Those points certainly do stack up. I'm pretty sure coming into this, the Sentinels were overall in 20th position, so it's before the group started. So good performance from Sentinels in this game number 5 might just take the pressure off their shoulders and relax them a little bit more than they were coming into this set. But Optic, I just want to talk about them a little bit more. Not enough people are talking about Optic Gaming and what they are set out to achieve in this tournament.
Yeah, I think Optic Gaming are just an incredible fighting team, so when they get a circle like that they can play so early and other teams have to come to them, they're always going to be in a good spot. I will give Skittlecake credit every single time I see him on my screen.
You're his biggest fan,
I think I might be, with just how impressive his career has been and the rise to the top and being on this Optic roster. I mean, being on an Optic roster is pressure in itself, a massive organization. But these guys living up to the hype here in this series. They're on 41 points at the moment, and that goes towards a total they already had of 89. So as I mentioned earlier, winners bracket already guaranteed.
2 more games to go, and that's how things look. And ANZ, hey, what's up, everybody?
Welcome back.
And now I'm kind of looking at the other end of the table. I'm looking at Fnatic. What's going wrong for Fnatic at the moment? Because it just seems that they're really struggling, not just for placement, to pick up points full stop.
Yeah, I think they are dying in very early situations. They're being out-rotated quite often by a couple of other rosters at the moment, and I don't know whether that's just because the pace of the meta has changed a little bit since Split 2 playoffs, and Fnatic haven't quite caught up with that. They need to maybe just be moving that extra bit faster and speedier and traversing that map in a way that they can be the teams that holds out and just holds those choke points.
Maybe map 5 is going to be that game for Fnatic. We'll have to wait and see, though. When we get back from this break, we'll have the game for you. Don't go anywhere.
Herman Miller, the official chair of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Well, the night is almost done here in Birmingham, but not quite yet. 2 more games of Apex Legends to get through here in Birmingham at the ALGS Championships, and we are going to find out who heads to that winner's side of the bracket.
Have we mentioned that we're in Birmingham as well?
We're in Birmingham still.
The 4th time as we are here. I mean, it's been a great day here in Birmingham for the ALGS Championships, and it's just going to get better. I mean, this crowd is going to get bigger. The games are going to get even better as well, but we have to send some teams into the elimination bracket, and we have the privilege, or I guess it's not really a privilege if you might look at it that way, to send those teams in these final 2 matches. Match 5 and 6 is coming our way, and I tell you what, it's crunch time. A lot of these teams now are starting to struggle to find those points.
I was going to say, you can send teams to the elimination bracket. I'll send them to the winner's side. I'll be the good guy, you can be the bad guy for once. Usually it's flipped around a little bit.
And that doesn't seem fair. But I can give you the lay of the land and tell you how things are sitting at the moment. In 20th position is Pulverex on 92 points. They have just surpassed Pioneers, which is bad news for Pioneers fans. That means they're done. That means they'll be in the elimination bracket. Ahead of them, Tom Young-kung on 94, 100 Thieves on 97. So remember, they're not playing right now. Jay Lings on 98. So both Jay Lings and 100 Thieves are the two teams who are not playing, that are watching on and hoping teams will not surpass them. I'll keep you updated as best as I can.
I'm watching over you, watching over you. Come on side, come on side. Alright, the side, you're good. Grab me my bin here. Play towards me 1 sec.
Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? One up top, two up top. All three up top, all three. Guy up top.
I'm running below. Almost crack one.
You watch me, yeah?
Yeah. Crack one.
Parading one.
Is smoked.
Parading cracked to me. One guard me, two guys. Give me.
Green here.
Fine, but I guess.
I have the fucking skins on, bro. I had the fucking.
Now Effect is back, probably hasn't been playing much this last week. I actually wouldn't mind an elimination bracket run if I was Alliance.
I was actually talking about this in the green room with Genome, I think it was, and I think it might, like you say, might be a really good thing for them just to get more practice under their belt, start to feel comfortable again, and also go through and get a few games where the Dojo aren't in their group and they're going to be contested on World's Edge. But I think it's an interesting dichotomy, isn't it? Because you don't ever want to be in the elimination bracket. You want to get to the grand finals as quickly as you can and as successfully as you can. But with what they've had to go through, it's understandable if Alliance gets stronger and stronger through that elimination bracket.
And also with extra points, you can't get any extra points going into the grand final from the elimination side. You can only get it from the winner's side, so of course you would prefer to do that way. However, it would go against the narrative of Alliance usually being very good in groups and then slightly underperforming when we get towards the Championship Sunday. Maybe if they underperform in groups, who knows what might happen on Sunday.
Look at you sowing the seeds for Alliance here with a little bit of storyline. I love that from you. Northeption making their rotate, and you can see why they are going where they're going at the moment. It's going to be that high ground around Survey Camp. You would expect that to be where we are going to be finishing this game. MDYY already there. Northeption, we just saw them. Complexity in a great spot as well, which is very, very much home for them, dropping with their split between Epic and Survey Camp. Fnatic wrapping all the way to the north side of zone once again, and FaZe are going to have to be aware of that.
So FaZe at the moment, who are trailing those top 20 spots by around 15 points, are going to have to hope that this could be the game where they can propel themselves up the leaderboards. As for Fnatic, it's a lot to do. It really has to be back-to-back wins here for Fnatic if they are going to find themselves in the winner's bracket, but still doable, still possible. It has to start here, and it has to be that comeback story that looks unlikely at the moment, but with a, with a zone like this, they hold the northern tip. Sometimes when you do get these train tracks in this final circle, it can bode well.
Hey, like a lot of people in the crowd, I believe in Yuka supremacy. We'll have to see if that comes through and he can really take over a few games alongside Umi-chan and Meltzera. But like you say, it's a tough road for Fnatic, but it's still a road they can walk. Elsewhere, you can see Oxygen Esports. They're doing a little bit of crafting at the moment. They're going to be approaching Skyhook in a few moments' time as Tom Young-kung are just ahead of them on their rotate. Elsewhere, though, we've got a fight breaking out, and it's Sentinels who are involved.
Sentinels who more than likely have secured their winners bracket places, but would like to unsecure it for some other teams, and it is going to be the opener as well, coming from Koipel. And they'll get that finish, so Sentinels making sure that they assert their dominance anywhere they may be on the map, but certainly in the surrounding areas of Epicenter, they're going to get a lot of neighbors. So just creating as much space as possible is good, as Aurora, on their rotation, are going to be meeting potentially another squad here.
Fnatic are going to be close by as well. They heard a little bit of gunfire going down, and they were like, hey, maybe we can get a few KP out of this. Elsewhere, you can see the Dark Zero. They're finding their way towards Survey Camp as well, but having arrived, they've found that there's quite a few people already at the inn, so they're going to have to just retreat for a few seconds and think about what their next move's going to be.
Dark Zero looking to just go into the winner's bracket as the #1 team as well. They do lead it in the overalls with 166. Blackhand only behind them by 7, but of course Blackhand have already played their game. So Dark Zero looking in really good stead, being the favourites going into that winners bracket.
Not looking too good here though. They're having to find somewhere to heal up. Sentinels decide to rotate away because they know they've got an engagement to win here against Pulverex. They've got to finish this off. They did get that first knock a few moments ago. They know it's a 3v2 situation, but can they convert? That's the question. The Ornator is hitting, but not quite hard enough here from Zenial.
He's able to just get away temporarily, get those shields back. They're not getting too desperate for kills, but they probably can if they want to get desperate. They can play in whichever way they want, but you also want to practice and making sure you are in the best position as possible. You are locked and loaded, ready to go in the...
Okay. In front of me, low ground.
Yeah, I hear somebody.
Low ground right under me, going RVs.
Give me a second, I'm far.
Can I just drop on this and kill them? With them. Right here, it's them. 115, 115.
I can't see.
He's in there, drop left.
Okay.
In my queue.
Dead, nice. Wanna search him. I'm staying on height. Okay,
No.
I need to loot his box.
No, we should wide left trap. Just come.
Okay.
Drop. Give up height.
He had one shield, so. I'm 0-4.
I fucking nothing. I'm out of light ammo.
What do we
I'm
just
going left.
craft?
We're wide wrapping left. Yeah, we're going crafter. I hear something.
Fuck. That is coming up like 60 points.
So no points really for Dark Zero in this game. One of the first two teams who are out, but Complexity, I mentioned how this is their home ground. This is a zone they will know so well. Well, coming out of that, taking down Dark Zero in a straight 3v3 has got to feel good.
And it would have to be, again, similarly to Fnatic, back-to-back wins, really, for Complexity. Big ones as well, if they want to find themselves in the winners bracket. But it's going to be a confidence builder, taking down Dark Zero, that's for sure, as Oxygen Esports making their rotation. Now, there was a lot of expectations on Oxygen Esports coming into this tournament, and rightly so. An amazing split 2 performance, but they haven't really matched that as of yet. As for Tom Youngkung, maybe overachieving in terms of what we expected from them, but they deserve every plaudit that they get because they've been playing insane every single day so far.
Should be safer now as well. Nobody really in the vicinity. You can see that they're kind of a little bit aware that there might be a few teams rotating in, maybe from Monument, where Sentinels actually are at the moment. And Complexity have got to be careful here as well. They try to approach Survey Camp once again. Some unfriendly neighbors, though, putting down a little bit of damage for them. Monsoon, ooh, he got a little bit of help on his way down from a grenade. But should be safe for now. Nobody really close enough to challenge Complexity here as they just reset, refocus, and think about what the next play is going to be.
The team I am wondering how they're going to make their rotation is FaZe up towards Climatizer. They still haven't really moved. I imagine they will try and take this northern side off of Fnatic, who have been holding it for quite some time. But Complexity, they should be safe for now at Epicenter, but they will be joined because the circle is still moving north, so all these southern teams are going to have to join them. Now this is FaZe, what I was talking about. They're still just chilling, happy at Climatizer, but they are going to be forced in ever so slightly on this northeastern side. And if Fnatic do catch a whiff of it, there could be a little fight happening on the northern tip. But I think Fnatic, they've focused their attention so much towards the train tracks where Aurora are that FaZe might be able to scamper in unnoticed.
One thing that's impressive here about Fnatic is the position they managed to get, and also the info they're going to get that there's a couple of white shielded players on FaZe coming towards them. That's a double armor check now. One white, one blue. Fnatic are going to be looking at this and thinking, I don't think you really want to take this fight, FaZe, because we have a strong position up on this rock.
Yeah, just as I said, they might scamper in unnoticed. Suddenly Yuka whips around and spots them. And there's not going to be an easy move for FaZe now. They're going to have to try and think of a plan B here. As Optic hold a solid position. And it looks like maybe they're thinking about getting aggressive here. It's TSM on the other side.
Drop having to be friendly with this crate for a few seconds while it pops the battery. And instead of taking on the team on the height in the open, he decides that just rotating on this low ground with the natural cover and terrain is a much smarter play to make. Disguise making their rotate into Climatizer as well, just off screen at the moment. But TSM and Optic, they're creeping up on each other here. Oh, and now they definitely know they're close.
Yeah, and now Dropped is going to be laying down the law. Rolling Thunder comes through as well as Dark Veil. So all of the tools being used for Optic to try and either engage or just try and surpass TSM, but they really want to push up on them here.
Yeah, you can see they're just trying to force them back at the moment, and that Rolling Thunder is certainly going to help them do that, just so they can creep into zone, and then maybe they can take a little bit more time to take this 3v3 engagement. Drop does have the Digi threat, and he's also sending A frag grenade up into the skies. Now the question is it going to be a golden one? It doesn't look like it is for now.
No, TSM are playing this one very careful. Not taking any risks at the moment, more than welcoming Optic Gaming to just shadow them for a little bit. But we do see Luda getting a knock onto Rep, so they were trying to back off, but now we see other teams getting involved.
We certainly do, and it's going to be complexity, and Monsoon poking, but Monsoon being taught a lesson. You can't poke against Verholst. He gets ripped down, and now Reps tries to move in. TSM though, all of a sudden this is getting a little bit risky. It's all down to Imperial Hal, 142, but Optic are just looking at this and waiting to pick up the pieces. TSM down as Optic move in to surely finish off Complexity.
Yeah, and that's a shame for Complexity. They probably thought their luck was in where they're able to get that initial knock, not knowing and maybe fearing that someone else could arrive, but it was Optic Gaming who arrived last. Complexity eliminated, and that might be their chances of the winner's bracket dying with them, whereas Optic Gaming continue to show why they're a real threat.
I mean, Optic are looking like such a strong fighting team. I mean, we know that, right?
Yeah.
But in previous tournaments, sometimes we've just seen, for whatever reason, the chemistry has felt a little bit off in those 3v3s. Well, Optic look like a well-oiled fighting machine in this lobby especially, and certainly through today's action.
But we also have to remember, in terms of like how many LANs some of these squads have played together, it's often only one or two, and you learn a lot from LAN as Oxygen are going to get pushed on here. Vayne has to back off.
Does a pretty good job of it though, let's be real. He's got that digi threat as well, so he'll be able to fire back through the smoke, but Vayne escapes. Much easier to do that on mouse and key than it is on controller. Turn that fast and get out of there.
You just up your sense, Mark. That's all you need to do. But I know you like to play it on low, and that's fine. It's acceptable. So do the pros. Optic Gaming. They just seem to be confidently pushing into anyone at the moment, and I'm not really surprised with how they've been playing so far today, but they still have to move from this southern side of Epicenter. Oxygen are going to basically mirror them on the other side. Sentinels are going to be the team in Epicenter, maybe holding out a few of these squads here.
Well, the one team who's banged center zone at the moment is Go Next. We haven't even mentioned them yet, and you can forgive us for that. Coming into this lobby, 29th place, I believe. The Skies taking a little bit of damage themselves, but in the kill feed again, you can see Koifall picking up one for Sentinels. FaZe, though, who have been here for so long inside a Climatizer, trying to fight their way out of it at the moment, because they can see where that zone's going. They know they will not be safe, and the problem for FaZe is they've never been in a position to do damage in this game, being hunkered down in Climatizer, so they're still left with 2 whites and a blue. They're going to hope and pray that a third-party opportunity presents itself that they can swoop in and clean up easily, so they can get some shield swaps and get upgraded without having to do the work themselves.
Yeah, they've just been slowly walking up a little bit further in Climatizer because they were held out by Fnatic. They can't afford to cross that open ground because they know Fnatic are there. Now, this is the circle you were talking about. This is where Go...
They realized the zone was pulling back, and they went to the bridge.
No, this is fourth zone.
Then I don't know who the fuck that team was on the bridge. It doesn't make no sense. Who is going bridge? Where is that team coming from? There was nobody overlooked time. They came from Climatizer. They literally left the Climatizer building to they go to fucking bridge.
They're not close.
It doesn't matter,
right
like,
away.
we just need to not do shit we've never literally done. We're just fucking trying shit out for no reason. We'd be chilling if we were an Epi.
The enemy's on me.
Yeah, of course, hindsight.
No, it's just, there's a reason we've never done that rotate. It's just always taken. It's just always gonna be taken.
Well, we just had dog shit options, bro. Like, if we didn't go Clima, and we stayed Epi Hill, like, our mistake was just not going into Epi first.
No, that's what I'm saying. Epi inside it, not Epi Hill. I'm talking about inside Epi. Stop it.
I just thought the zone was gonna go far north. I didn't want to be stuck on low, like, in Epi when the zone was going. Like, I thought the zone was gonna go all the way to track for the carts.
I know, but always. The other thing is, are mid-side. You can't stop taking that shit, bro.
Oh, like an extra one?
Yeah, you can't. Absolutely cannot be lost over shit like that.
Okay.
Farmer today, no cap.
Let's displace here.
Oh, like, why the fuck are you fuse ulting the horizon like out of all players?
I didn't know it's the horizon. Obviously. Like,
yeah, but then, like, bro, you're fuse ulting so early they can just walk around it.
Watch out, enemies here.
Like, do you see where the zone is? Like, why don't you wait for the zone to close and fuse ulting?
I just think it was a good idea. to change. We're just in a horrible spot. They have a bow behind us who's shooting us the entire time. If I result perfectly on them, what are we gonna do? Say I even hit all three of them. I know, I'm just saying, like in general, it's better. Probably doesn't change anything, but. That's literally, that complexity push was straight up, I have no points, I need points, I'm gonna run at this. And die. Like, as if, like, there wasn't a team literally right behind us. Double down on that, it makes no sense. That literally died during the 2 again.
Oxygen still alive, Fnatic and FaZe also on the northern tip are alive. By the way, Disguised still alive on the eastern side as well. They've been very quiet this game.
FaZe finally up to blues. That's good news for them. Maybe a fighting chance in a 3v3. But this passive playstyle has worked well for them up until this point. As we jump over for Fnatic. They need this more than anyone. Let's jump into the comms with Fnatic.
取り切りに行くのありだなこれ左下どうも左下にいやありかもありかもありかもあり行こう行こう今行こう今行こうなしこのターンねアンチ絶対左下左下これ登ってるバンガバンガバンガバンガホライゾンホライゾン100やったこれ壁越える俺いやアンチ来るよやってるめっちゃやってるめっちゃやってる上右上もいる右上もいる左上見てマジでラストさ左上にマジで来たあと角入れたいいいよいいよ左上後ろ入れてる左上押さえてる左上見た何もできないよタップいけるか左上押さえてる左上押さえてるオッケー下安全な場所ここ俺もいや右上上がんねこれ一回上がっていいと思う待って巻き終わって2秒弾ない俺もくないよ俺もくない
Well, the comms through the win of the fight. Fnatic still alive here, Dan, and picking up KP alongside it.
Yeah, really bad news. Go next, go down, and now we see FaZe also fall. They're the next team to get knocked out of this lobby. Fnatic down to 2, but might be able to get the revive. It's Oxygen Esports, Disguised, and Fnatic. Now, Oxygen, yes, they've got a lot to do. As for Disguised,
Disguised are walking up on this.
Disguised want to do this. They want to get involved.
They're walking up on this. God, that might have been a mistake, Lou, because you're going against Yuka, and he doesn't miss very often.
Great damage coming out of the Eva Ray, and now just trying to use the natural cover that's available, but now we see Disguised! They re-engage, but Fnatic, they're holding strong.
Umachan gets the armor swap though. Can he win this fight? Can he look for the KP on the down players? That's the question. Fnatic will be eliminated. Disguised survive, but it just opens the door for Oxygen Esports to finally announce themselves here in Birmingham.
Oxygen Esports keep their winners bracket dreams alive as they start to get a little bit closer to those top 20 positions. And how important could it be that they beat Disguised to it? Disguised were about 7 points off of the top 20. Things are getting really close around that benchmark in that 20th position. This is going to be terrifying going into match number 6.
Feel very lucky that we're privileged to be able to cast this final game that's coming up in just a few moments, because my goodness, it is going to be a bloodbath here in Birmingham. For Oxygen Esports though, confidence restored, belief restored, a big win when you needed it the most. Well, they just got it on the main stage.
And it's so impressive how disciplined they were throughout that game. They were on that southern side. They could have got involved in the fight when Optic and Sentinels were scrapping, but they knew it was a risk. They knew getting involved there would just lead them to a potential fourth party. So instead, they just played their position a bit better.
I will also say the power of the Kraber. We always talk about it, right? We saw Vayne. He was able to pick a few players up. I also saw Aiden pick up the Kraber out of nowhere in the kill feed, and he managed to clear a path for Oxygen to move towards that end zone. But it was Fnatic on the northern side of the zone, clearing everything out so close to turning that fight on its head as well. But they do secure a top 3 position with some good KP alongside it. The question is, does it leave them with enough room to maybe make a run in this final game?
And this just...
I don't sound like I'm saying scores. I meant scores. Can you get me the coach? My tools! I need my tools!
Shut the hell up.
Put it over there before you open it, because you're standing up. All right, Chad, we got one last game, man. Let's lock it in, and then we head into winners bracket.
Want to achieve, as do Disguised, who are also there on the brink. But for Oxygen, you mentioned it, it was that Kraber that gave them the confidence to push into several fights. They had this kind of western side, and then they heard all that gunfire that was going down. And again, as it so often always is, it's about just trying to time it perfectly, making sure that you engage at the right time, you don't push too soon. They get the information that phase are down, so now they're suddenly thinking, okay, is there more gunfire? Yes, there is. Let's make sure we're well equipped, we've got the utility, we're full shields, and then we'll start to push up.
2 shots in the Kraber. Plenty of light ammo to play with in the final battle as well. And like you say, as soon as that knock comes in there from Yuka, you know that's the trigger for Oxygen Esports to move up, take the high ground of this building, and just survey what should be an easy win for them. No pressure really on Oxygen in those final moments. It's all about discipline. We've talked about it so many times today in these situations, Dan, but Oxygen showing as well that they've got that in the tank.
So much information they gathered from Bloodhound as well. Reed's able to just get that scan as Oxygen put 23 more points on the board, which could do them absolute wonders. I believe that will put them up to around 88, which would have them about kind of 6 points off top 20.
Very doable.
Very, very doable. But again, there are other teams they are competing with. It's not as simple as surpassing a point system here. You have to make sure you also beat the teams that are trying to race you there.
Match 5 is done and dusted. ANC is not disappointed, and now we go to the final game of group play. This is going to be ridiculous, but Alliance, I think they've got to be looking at the elimination bracket now, Dan. That's 2 contests, both lost to the Dojo. And that might be the difference between Alliance going to the elimination bracket and the Dojo going to the winner's side.
Well, Alliance, they're on 90 points and Oxygen on around 88, so 2 teams who are very close to the top 20, but 2 very different stories. And for Alliance, it's as simple as that. They have to win the contest against Dojo in this match 6, otherwise they will be going to that elimination bracket. 0 points in both matches 4 and 5. Dojo winning that one is so important for them. But it is going to be scary times for Alliance in match 6.
I mean, scary times for Alliance, for the Dojo as well. If they win the contest, it's not just winning the fight, is it? It's the fact that you get the KP, which is feeling pretty good as well. Just got a little thumbs up from Design4 as well as he went past. He said, you guys are talking about the right stuff right now. But Oxygen Esports, here's some stats from that match 5 for them. 11 kills, 11 assists, all the placement points that you could possibly want. Good damage dealt from them as well.
Yeah, and stats can tell you a lot, but I think it was the positioning, it was the discipline from Oxygen Esports that really won them that game, and the calls were absolutely perfect from them, and it now gives them a chance of potentially getting into the winner's bracket after match 6. It's doable for Oxygen Esports.
He's doing it. He's going through.
I'm worried about Alliance, I will say. Who's
going
going
through?
Oh, I think Oxygen are going to do it. I think they might make it in.
Okay, I love that call, and Oxygen obviously feeling pretty good after what we just saw in that last game, but it's got to be eyes on what. Have we ever had a contest which is so important in a final game of groups that could decide what team goes to the winner's bracket? I certainly can't remember it.
I mean, often we've had contests happening because people want to eliminate another team to get them off of their drop spot, but this is just a drop spot situation where it's been happening all week long, or we expected it to happen. It was doing it in scrims, and now it happens here in tournament play. And I think that Dojo, after 2 successful wins, they're going to be more than confident. And also, Dojo don't really have anything to lose with the amount of points they've been able to secure so far. It is all Alliances to lose in that contest.
Well, we've got some more stats for you to bring up as well, and a little bit of leaderboard action for you to show. Essentially, what you've got to be keeping your eyes on as we head in towards our final game here. This is ANC. This is how it stands at the moment with 1 game to go. Optic Gaming on the top of the leaderboards, 53 points for them. Sentinels just in behind them with 49, but we were looking at the bubble teams coming in. Oxygen, that win is massive for them. 40 points now puts them in 4th position. Pulverex as well, good points from them.
Yeah, Optic guaranteed in winner's bracket. Sentinels should be good in winner's bracket. Dark Zero guaranteed. Oxygen still with stuff to do. Pulverex probably still stuff to do as well. They are right on the teetering edge of top 20. It is really crunch time now for a lot of these squads. There are a few outsiders that with a huge game, with a win plus kills, could still maybe be a surprise package into the winner's bracket.
What's your calculator saying about Fnatic's chances?
It's very unlikely.
Very unlikely?
I think if you type that into the calculator, it probably says too many people, please try again. It's just going to be error codes happening. Fnatic, they are leaving themselves too much to do in match number 6. It would probably have to be a record-breaking game to then find themselves in winner's bracket.
Well, as we wait for match number 6 to get underway, you're probably thinking, why do those players look so comfortable? Well, we the people, he's got the answer for you.
What up, everybody? I am here at the forum, and I have one of the coolest things to show you guys. So Herman Miller, an official partner of the ALGS, is hooking up the winners with a custom chair. So not only are they walking away with $600,000, but they are walking away with something that you cannot get unless you become a world champion of Apex. So this is also part of your passport. So if you want to win some free prizes, you got to come down, take a picture, but that's not all. So the most important thing that they are all fighting for is not only a chance at glory, but a chance to be holding this trophy up at the end of the championship on Sunday. On day one, I said one shot, one opportunity, seize everything they've ever wanted, one moment. Will they capture it or just let it slip? So casters, back to you to see who captures that moment.
Thank you so much, peeps, and I've got to say, that is got something kind of special, isn't it, right? The custom Herman Miller that you get if you take that trophy home. A beautiful, beautiful, it's almost artistic, it's almost, it's not antique, it's brand new. Bad word.
Brand spanking new. One day could be an antique.
Should be an antique. Valuable.
Make sure you keep
valuable
it pristine.
Like an antique.
Also impressed that
I'm going to stop speaking.
He used Eminem lyrics during that little video there, so hats off to him, or well, hats on to him, should I say, as we haven't seen things without one yet. But I tell you what, I'm going to get one off him as this week goes on. But match 6 is almost locked and loaded. We've already mentioned where our eyes will be focused right at the start of the game. It's Alliance versus Dojo. It means far more for Alliance here. If they want to get into their winner's bracket, they have to win this contest. Now for Dojo, it's about making sure that Thermal Station will be theirs in that winner's bracket, and they would or should have it for free.
Probably one of the most important contests we're going to see in quite some time. Between a team who has essentially owned the POI for so long and the team of upstarts. That's what we like to call the Dojo. Not afraid to take the fight and certainly not afraid to cause an upset. Oxygen Esports on your screen. They were the winners of game number 5. We're into the character select screen. One more game here in Birmingham and our bracket teams will be set.
This is going to be a brilliant match 6 because these last few places in the winners bracket still firmly up for grabs, and there's what, like 8 teams that could still push themselves into that winners bracket as well. This is going to be pretty nuts. For those watching on, the likes of Jay Lings and 100 Thieves who are still waiting eagerly to see whether they will hold on to those winners bracket spots, I'm sure they've lost their nails by now.
Well, here we go then, everybody. The last game of group play. It's live and the dropship is flying. The legends are selected. And there's only one thing to focus on at the start of this game. All eyes on Thermal Station, all eyes on the Dojo, all eyes on Alliance.
Yeah, that's what I'm taking first spin. I think I should be first. Really, bro. Where are they? Next to me.
Yeah, they've been behind, we're getting them 100%.
Might beat me actually. I'm definitely getting those before him. He's beating me. He's beating me. I'm not in close here. Shooting in the back. What are you, right? Where are you guys?
Harris has no gun,
Come inside, kill us out of here. What's
back here on me.
Yeah. Put my door now. Where are you, FF? You good?
I'm outside, yeah.
30 on one. Nice. On the bin. One high gun. He ducked on me. Dead. Let's see him. He's on the bin here somewhere. Running platform. You kill them together? Yeah. We got him. Climbing. I'm one. Don't peek.
He's on top, all the way top. Cracked him.
Flash. Kill him.
41 flash, 1 HP.
Let's go. Lock it in.
We fucking with the game.
Look for 3P. Lock it in. Yeah, lock it in. Good.
Alliance win the contest, the Dojo will fall, and Alliance's chance of the winners bracket is still alive.
That puts Alliance into 21st position, 1 point away from top 20, 1 point behind Disguised, who currently hold that 20th position. Jay Lings and 100 Thieves still are in 18th and 19th at the moment on 98 and 97 points. But with all of these following teams still with the potential to overtake them. Alliance, Pulverex, Oxygen, FaZe, they could all be able to jump and leapfrog them as we get a circle which looks somewhat similar to what we've just seen, but it is going to be ever so slightly more northeast, and maybe will favor Sentinels who are on that eastern side.
Very, very similar zone to what we've seen pretty much in the last two zones.
Yeah.
So teams will be expected to take up very, very similar positions as you would expect if you've won a game recently. If you're Optic Gaming, if you're Oxygen Esports, you're probably thinking, huh, cool, okay, we're gonna go a long way, but we've already proved that we can do it here. Pulverex on their way to Fragment at the moment. Dark Zero just ahead of them.
So for Alliance, who have to go all the way from Thermal Station, they don't just have to get a couple of kills and that will be it, that will be enough. They need to outplace or outfrag Disguise, Pulverex, and Oxygen. We're going to see some hearts broken, I think, here on the main stage, because there are some squads who probably think they would have done enough as Dark Zero are getting aggressive.
Yeah, they know there's only 2 players left because Jim Burton got the info that one was still trying to cross at the back. So Dark Zero want to try and press this advantage. And if someone peeks here, that might be the knock. Flesh all over the place, but nobody on their back quite yet.
Plenty of players in and around Fragment and Monument at the moment as they're all making their rotation through to this northeast side. Dark Zero, they're just on the hunt right now as Jen Burton rips through the shields of Saku. And that will be an easy finish afterwards as Zero also gets one too. Dark Zero playing Ruthless at the moment.
Ruthless is kind of, I think, the perfect way to summarize what Dark Zero's performance has been so far here in Birmingham. Elsewhere, TSM, surprise, surprise. The macro looking the same, and Sentinels, well, they're finding out for themselves. Go Next have been eliminated in the meantime. TSM looking to clean up the damage that they've started here on Sen.
That's confirmation. Go Next will be in the elimination bracket. Their chances are gone, as we expected, after their unfortunate early exit in that final circle just in match number 5. As TSM, I can hear their comms here from the caster booth, let alone what the audience might be able to hear with their shouting and screaming, but Complexity also getting loud at the moment, trying to win this engagement.
Oh, Monsoon goes down though. The Peacekeeper inside of the bubble now turns this fight around. MDY White get that first knock, and you just felt like Monsoon, you almost thought he had a guaranteed kill with the amount of damage he'd done, but doesn't come through, and now the PK, it's gonna come back to haunt you.
Northeption eliminated, MDY White still alive and still with a very outside chance of getting to that winner's bracket, but going down means that this is not going to be good as a 2 against what is now going to arrive very shortly at their doorstep. Sentinels also eliminated in the meantime, as here comes FaZe. They want to get very much involved in this one and see if they can give themselves a chance of getting to that winner's bracket.
5th place overall in the group. 20th and above, all that they're really concerned about at this point, trying to get into that winner's side. Dan, how are they looking right now?
Well, they're in 24th at the moment, 88 points. They are, what?
I've won. Okay. I won. Wait, did you? The mid kid, yeah. I can't really carry it though.
We have about 4 or 5 teams all fighting for just a couple of spots. And unfortunately, they all cannot make it. There is not room in this winner's bracket anymore.
I was going to say, FaZe have taken the, I would say, the most nervy position you could possibly have for not only their position in the leaderboards, but also the spot there. We know it's a minefield. We know it's so difficult. And it's not just difficult to hold down inside. Controlling the space around it is almost impossible as well, because either side of it is this extreme elevation. So you step out for a second, there's going to be people with 30-30s, with scouts, whatever it might be, just chipping away. And if you put one step wrong, then you're going to fall on your back. So FaZe have chosen what I might call the path less traveled, or the most difficult path, to try and put themselves in a qualification position, but all power to them. Let's see if they can do it.
It's just such a tough spot to try and escape if you do end up getting pressure from either angle, as now we'll see a couple of squads making their move, arriving from Countdown and through the northern side of Landslide. It's Aurora behind Realize, seeing if they can maybe get a little bit of extra damage, not only increase those shields, but also just try and make sure that they're going to have an easier rotation through from this western side over to the east. Complexity are down to just 1, I think, after their fight earlier. They're not so far away from Realize and Aurora. This is nervy time. This is Hero Hal also with the kill feed, making sure he gets a kill.
This might well be almost an identical zone to what we saw in our first game on World's Edge a little bit earlier, that Optic Gaming managed to win. So Optic will be like, hey, cool, we look like we've got a free southern rotate at the moment. If they take the same building they did before, we might be speaking about Optic gaming in that end game once more.
But the team you were talking about in the area that FaZe were holding, I mean, it doesn't look that bad when you look at it in that point of view. We know how bad it feels when you're in that area, but if they can go unnoticed, they can kind of stay quiet a little bit. They might be able to avoid a lot of attention and hope that everyone else starts taking fights, and then maybe that's when they can push out and take a slightly better position on this map. MDY White are the team that are above them. Dark Zero also holding down a spot in Epicenter at the moment, and they're going to be a real threat with the high ground that they hold.
Zero just causing annoying damage as well, and it's going to be Disguised who are down on that low ground. They're going to have to burn the catwall just to escape, knowing that there's that extreme high ground that they're going to have to go up against. Dark Zero trying to hunt this down though. You can see that they want to try and get this knock. They're seeing a lot of utility being used, but Disguised actually making a pretty smart play here, Dan, because they knew that that position, it was not a position they're going to be able to survive in for more than a few minutes with Dark Zero looking over.
Yeah, I mean, no one really survives very long with Dark Zero looking at them. That is the problem. That's why Dark Zero are just so good at what they do. And now we're going to see Oxygen Esports involved in a scrap, and we know how important this is for Oxygen. GO are eliminated as Oxygen cannot afford to go down here. If they want to be in the winner's bracket, they have to get to the late game.
Also, if they hold down this building for the long game, they're in a great position for the end game. Oxygen Esports know this. They're trying to work around this catwall that's gone down. And now you're seeing the flank come in from Reeds. Can he get the knock? The answer is yes.
It's enough to get the opener, and I love this. Reposition, re-engage with the teammates and make sure that they're going to be the ones who can just play that opening damage, and then you get involved yet again. It's bait and switch at its very finest.
Reeds did get a knock, but Reeds has taken a lot of damage in this position. The good news for them is nobody's looking to third as yet. Oxygen Esports have managed to reset inside this building on the east side of Fragment. Now they're in a great position and set out for that endgame.
Oxygen Esports only 4 points away from that top 20 mark at the moment. Just trying to play catch-up, but as long as Disguised, Pulverex, Alliance are all alive, bad news for us.
I'm fucking... Play out, play out.
Get on the fucking head!
Yeah, get on the head. Coming, now.
Swing the wall.
Yeah, swing the door.
Come on.
Going.
They're right for me.
Wait.
Construction. Please.
Okay.
Kill some, kill. Q.
Bad one. Fuck, go with one, guys. I'm about to be 4-1.
I'm 7-2.
I'm gonna go past the field and spot the dead. Probably you do the same, Dan. Yeah, I'm gonna do the same.
Protect box up missing. Actually annoying me. Two teams in Epi now. They're running back up.
Cut.
Right there.
Okay, I can get angle,
I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure.
I can scan it. Yeah, I'll scan it.
Bra?
Yeah, there.
Yeah.
They are.
Oh, yeah, do it.
I don't have a prize on or anything. If you keep knuckle hustling, they're fucked. I naded. It's good nade.
I'm ulting. We're nading.
16.
Walling.
They're walling.
Double blue white.
You wanna move up?
I'm fucking them, yes.
Moving up there. I'm coming. Go left.
On me.
I'm getting scouts and han. Side and back.
They're right here.
I'm batting.
They're right there.
Hopping about, yeah, I know. I'm batting.
I'm going right side.
Okay, ready for my scan? I'm scan. Ready?
Yeah. They're ready. DQ's back up.
One left, I think, guys. Yeah,
Just
back up. Come by.
I'm trying to kill him. Dead it. He's not falling in. Can we kill him? He's not dead on him. Alright, he's dead. He's a guy. One guy in hand, bro. I'm telling you. Just drop what he says on it.
Okay, come on.
I should make it
I should make it here now.
No. Don't give a fuck.
Okay, which camera?
I don't know.
I just got fucked in the screen. What? Dead.
Nice.
Running.
I'm back there. One.
What HP?
No.
I got it. Swing inside. Kill. I'm looking above. I'm looking at the thing. 42. We're good. Get me cracked.
Don't get fucked right now.
Can you come back up?
No.
Wait. This fucking cat.
Yeah.
Can you keep it shooting, Dad? Yeah, I'm trying. You're good.
I'll loot him, Zana. I'll loot him.
Fuck you.
Control the fuck.
You guys are good. You can loot. Doing
These guys are fucking juiced. We need to kill the Gibby team. We're safe there. As well.
What the hell?
Hello, it's good. Bang.
We're
gonna kill him, bang, right?
Yep. Looking Fnatic in the meantime as well. This is a tough spot, not just to survive in, but to rotate out of here, especially with FaZe in the carriage just across from them. This is a rough rotate for them.
So E36 eliminated and means they will be in the elimination bracket. And you said Fnatic. I mean, I said they'd need a record-breaking game, and perhaps I overstated a little bit because they are about, what, 20 points off of the cut at the moment, so still achievable. A victory here, plus kills, and maybe they could find themselves, but it is still a lot to do. As for Tom Young,
FaZe are in here!
They're getting involved
FaZe
in
are in here!
engagement! And they've gone down. FaZe still holding strong, and FaZe still trying to push their way into the winner's bracket. The dream is very much alive here. In this little crevice that they found themselves in, they hold on strong.
I said how it would be a tough game to win from this position, but if you can hold it down.
Okay. 48.
I'm peeking this one. Peeking me.
They're coming.
Oh, baby, get peek.
Yep.
One dead.
Nice.
Yo, I just hit a one.
We can play out.
In the queue.
What's on?
Right here.
On me.
Fine, I'm shooting him.
Kadama. On me. No.
He's one shot gone. We should fight this.
Fine. Starting.
He's down here.
Yeah.
Queuing over. Dead.
Nice. One siding. Crack them.
Attack.
Get on.
Who gives a fuck?
We're trying to get everyone.
Done enough. We all knew that coming into the final groups here, but realized pick up some important KP.
7 squads remain. That means extra placement points for Alliance, and that gap.
Leading out. Gap up. Changing front of
that.
Yeah, I think you play there, bro.
Okay. Yeah, we just gotta gatekeep.
Yep. I can wall forward and we'll fight behind.
Just play the rock here and fucking gatekeep. Play the rock and gatekeep.
Queuing that.
No.
Just get ready to wall off. I think you've walled.
As we have 7 squads left, but still a few that could steal away these final positions.
What I take away from what you just said is someone is about to have their day ruined.
Yes.
Is that correct? 100%.
The evac behind us. I'm breaking it. We should try to break it. I'm behind you, heavy.
It broke.
You play outside up the hill. They're on the crates. They're on the car here. We can shoot this kid.
Can you like wrap up here?
Can we shoot this guy?
Nobody's anchoring the truck right now.
They're playing the car right now.
They just walked out of the car. Keep walking out of the car to the right, Hal.
On top of that. Watch out, right. He's one. What do you want? The horizon's one. Is he still there?
I don't know.
He's still there. He's still here.
Bang was walking up on my left. I have to back up. And that.
He's dead.
Oh.
Can we kill these guys?
40 on the guy on the left.
Jordan.
I got it back first. Okay.
We should push left for sure. You should definitely push left.
Where's his teammate? Bang over here.
I'm swinging left. I'm swinging at you, Evan.
I got stuck. Bang cracks.
He's one. That guy's one.
Dead.
You gotta rest right away after you wipe this.
Trailer. Dead.
Why are we even pushing that? What the fuck are we doing? Why would we push that? I don't get it.
What the fuck are we doing? I don't get it.
Was scripted our final 3 teams: Alliance, FaZe, and Oxygen.
And I believe all 3 of them should have done enough to get to the winner's bracket at this point. They should be pushing J-Lings and 100 Thieves out of the winner's bracket spots, but they will not know that. They will still think they need a victory to try and secure this. And of course, admins will always make the final call here. This is only the math that I'm doing, but it looks good for all 3 teams involved in this final circle. You could not write it.
I always like to rely on your maths more than mine. Thank goodness that you're in charge of that. For now, though, what a performance has been from these 3 teams. And look at Snipedown. He is locked into this game. And let me tell you, I've commentated over this guy for a number of years. And when you see that face on Snipedown, he knows that it's time to turn up.
Who can get that final victory to give them that extra confidence boost to be in the winner's bracket tomorrow? Because FaZe, on to 99 points. They sit in 20th position. They do surpass J-Lings and 100 Thieves. And that's so tough for both J-Lings and 100 Thieves as Alliance down to 1 but still trying to stay alive.
You can see that Alliance, basically all that FaZe were interested in doing there was just forcing Alliance in, but I think you can see the smile on Hackett's face. All of a sudden, I think he realizes that the job might be done for Alliance. FaZe want to close out here. They have the high ground.
FaZe have got the high ground to work with, a very similar circle to what we saw earlier. It was a very difficult fight when we saw it for FaZe, as they only had 2 players last time they were here, but now they have the full 3.
Alliance eliminated, but I think the job was done early on when they won that contest against Dojo. Now we have a 3v3 to decide who's going to be our final champion of groups. It's Oxygen Esports versus FaZe.
Sounds like more Oxygen fans than FaZe fans, certainly that is for sure, but it's high ground versus low ground. A tale as old as time. I know where I would prefer to be, but there's a lot more involved. It's also who's got the utility, who's got the ultimate. You can see Vayne just waiting for that rolling thunder to come through, and that might give them the ability to just push up on this final circle, and he is gonna have it very, very shortly, and that might just be the play that Oxygen go for. And when they do get involved in this fight, I mean, a composition like this is very good for 3v3s. You've got reads available to give you the scan, to give you that information, Aiden on the horizon to try and change things with elevation.
Well, we've heard from the Oxygen Esports players themselves, right? They believe they're one of the best 3v3 fighting teams out there. They relied on those 3v3 fighting skills to get them into the position they found themselves in just about a month or so ago now. The split 2 playoffs. Well, the question is, can they take down the experience? It's almost the youth versus the experience in esports against each other now. FaZe holding strong.
It's crazy earlier you said one of these teams' days is going to be ruined, and I didn't think it would be 100 Thieves and Jay Lings, but alas, they will be in the elimination bracket. Now here is that rolling thunder we were talking of. This is where they try and now push up and try and gain a little bit of ground. Dark Veil goes down just to cut that map in half, but now the black hole is going to be available, but does not get used.
Interesting. FaZe are holding themselves into a pretty strong position at the moment. The black hole should come in, but FaZe have stepped back. They've almost baited it in, they've destroyed it, and now the question is, do FaZe have it available? Yes, they do, but Phonyhead's got to get into a position to use this, or maybe he's going to slip through the Dark Veil, excuse me, to do more damage himself, but he will go down. Freg's now left on his own, and Frex needs to win this for FaZe. He gets one, but the question is, can he clutch? Playing down by the knockdown shields, stepping forward, popping themselves, but can he pop some bodies? No! Oxygen Esports, they leave it late here in Birmingham, but boy, what a performance that was in those final 2 games.
Oxygen send themselves to the winners bracket. The victory is massive for them, and they show why they need to be considered genuine contenders in this tournament. It was a slow start, but when they got going, boy, did they show what they meant. They pushed themselves up to about 14th with that victory. It's not even a worry when you look at it in that scheme of things. But FaZe, even though they lost that fight, FaZe still did enough. FaZe will still be in that winners bracket as well, holding down the 20th position. That means the cutoff was 103 points, higher than both Split 1 and Split 2 playoffs.
And that is the standard that is set here at the ALGS Championships. Alliance fans in the crowd as well, they are on their feet because their team did enough as well to get through to that winners bracket. What a story though for so many of these teams. Oxygen Esports, I think most importantly, Dan, we have learned so much about. We've been talking about that trajectory, right? We've been talking about how it's been this consistent upward trend. Now we've just learned that they can deal with pressure when it really is turned up.
I think that was the question that was asked up on the desk. Can they deal with the pressure that's kind of fallen on their shoulders after such incredible performance in Split 2 playoffs? And sometimes when your back is against the wall like that, they needed pretty much 2 wins to be able to qualify for the winners bracket, and they did exactly that.
Amazing performance from Oxygen Esports, but a lot of credit has to be shown to the 2 teams alongside them in that final fight. FaZe, who just crept their way towards zone. Again, the last 2 games from FaZe, you look at them, and you know, very different ways that they played the game, but both got them enough points, we believe, to get them through to the winners side as well. And for Alliance, I mean, almost knowing that what side of the bracket you're going to is going to be decided by a straight 3v3 contest with the Dojo, having just lost 2 back-to-back, to have the ice, to have the nerve to win it when it really matters. Congratulations to them. That is a massive, massive performance.
But then with all winners, unfortunately, there are always going to be on the other side those that go down to the elimination bracket. Commiserations to Jay Lings, who were watching on, 100 Thieves, who were watching on, who were kind of those bubble teams that probably thought they had near enough done enough, but it's an elimination bracket run. Something we thought Alliance were going to have to face. We even had the discussion of, you know what, Alliance, they'll be all right with the elimination bracket, but they said, nah, we're going to do this properly. We're showing what we're made of.
Well, what an end to the day it has been. That's going to do it all for us. Good job, brother. I really enjoyed that cast, and I'm sure that a lot of people out there certainly enjoyed seeing their teams go through to that winner's side. For now, though, we're going to send it over to the desk to send us home.
Well, you know, I'll tell you, I really enjoyed you both, Mark and Dan. You guys had a fantastic cast and a fantastic game as well. Kept it exciting and interesting to the very end. What a showcase. FaZe and Oxygen 3v3 Game 6. Last game of our third series of the day. All fun. And both teams will be playing yet again in our winners finals tomorrow. But before we get to that big moment for Oxygen, we saw the fans, and not just fans. I had a feeling there was a lot of family there, Zephyr, as well. Proud of Oxygen and that team we've been talking about today, finally showing us what they're made of.
And there was never a doubt in my mind, right? I got even the chance to talk to Psycho just yesterday, and he looked at me and he said, we've already got a game plan in mind to handle this one out here.
And you know what? I love that talk about how they made it work. Grace will walk us through the way they executed what worked there to
So
win that
the
game.
biggest thing that I see here in the final circle is that, like you said, they've always had it. You never had a single doubt in your mind. Neither did they. The most important part of fighting when you're in a straight 3v3 is confidence and being proactive. Do you see how they are constantly making them think about the plays? They're not getting played on. They're making plays. They're swinging. They're looking through the walls. They're holding hands. They're doing everything together as a team. And mechanically, they popped off.
I mean, the confidence to even push through that wall, I mean, that's a tough one. I mean, you said proactive. I thought maybe the black hole went in a little too early there, but they do recover for it, you know, frankly, off the back of a phenomenal play by Reeds here at the end.
Exactly. Reeds touches it up, and that's perfect.
And this is the way that Reeds has performed ever since we saw him team up in his debut tournament at TwitchCon with Hal and Sweet, notably some pretty good IGLs in their own right. But Reeds was there turning back what I believe was a 37-point win in the final game to win over the $200,000 prize pool that they were offering. Now, similar clutch-like genes showcasing themselves here in Game 6. 21 points for Oxygen, 9 kills. It was close, though. If FaZe had won, they would have gotten close and definitely taken second place. It might have still been another team coming out on top, though, for our overall series. But Alliance, great performance from them. Optic Gaming, a team that I had talked about doing well in this final series. They have performed nicely, too. And, of course, in our back half of our top 20, we're seeing some teams who today maybe, you know, played well, maybe not this game, but I think the likes of Sentinels who have actually really performed. RK taking on the challenge as an IGL. Yet again, he joined us on the desk in Split 2 saying maybe this is a little bit of a litmus test for me as an IGL, and I think he's passed it so far.
Yeah, I mean, they were one of the teams who got the highest point totals out of anyone so far. We even saw Tom Young Kung there, obviously, you know, a roster who have completely retooled themselves for this tournament, essentially, and we're seeing them push through into the winners bracket.
I think APAC North in Split 2 was maybe my most exciting region in terms of stepping up their play. APAC South might be my most exciting region now for what they've done today. But when you take a look at this series, we gotta have a winner. And who is it? Let's reveal who took home our final series of the day. You know it's between a few teams right there. It is Oxygen Esports, who with that final 6 points, 3 points for getting the kills, all the knocks onto FaZe Clan, but then taking the 3 points, going from 9 to 12 points and claiming first place. They tie Optic Gaming and have the largest game as a tiebreaker. Psycho, I love seeing the plushie, but what I want to see, and you know, Zephyr, I'm sure you've seen this as well, I want to see the suit come out very, very soon.
Yeah, break it out. Be the Riddler that you can be. is that like a grand final special? He only brings it out.
That might be.
It's like a reward for himself.
But Chad, I think we got to see it. I mean, if you want to see the suit, let us know. I'm sure Psycho has packed it. Hopefully, there were no issues getting that through security. They might have had some questions, but hopefully no issues on that one. Of course, when you take a look at the overall standings, here is how it played out. Like I said, they tied Optic Gaming. This is how close it is. Graceful as we get into that Dark Zero, though, still playing well. Realize also Disguise. Great performance from them in this final series. And soon that will lead us into what it means for our winners finals tomorrow. We are now looking to separate these squads. For those tuning in, for those watching, what does it mean? Well, we've got our top 20 who will have a chance to get themselves a ticket to the match point finals on Sunday tomorrow. We'll also have a few teams that are now at the precipice of going home if they do not perform. But after this one, this is how it stands. Any quick surprises there, Graceful, on any of these performances that you've seen, either on the good side or the bad side?
On the bad side, that sticks out for me, obviously, would be Aurora. I was having high hopes for them to wake up and go in hard. On the good side of things,
oh my god, face. 40ワンちゃん危ない。トムヤムくん。まあでも大丈夫か。アライアンス。アライアンスもやばくね？危な。道場。リアライズ。
It's not over, but you now have to start sweating a little bit if games 1 through 3 do not go your way.
Right, and challenging for so many of these teams, especially the ones that fall out right there on the cusp. I'm looking at J-Lings and 100 Thieves, so close off of the precipice of our last series here. Not just them, but a good chunk of our APAC North representatives falling in that mid-20th range, still looking to see how they can start to amp the tempo and find a place in this meta.
Disguised very close to making it as well. Another LCQ team. And remember, for those who think, oh, well, you know, they made it in a last-ditch effort, Furia in our last championships a year ago took 2nd place and $300,000 from the LCQ just off of points. So do not misunderestimate what that can mean in terms of changing the dynamic of how these things play out in terms of the prizing and the championship. Of course, there are certain players who make a little bit more of an impact, Gino, and when you see this list, what stands out to you? Familiar names, but also some young names there. I'm looking at Koiful as well, man. 17 years old, picked up from Sentinels, 34 kills. That's impressive.
I mean, I'm not even remotely surprised about Koiful. Anyone who's been watching this kid come up, he has been dominating everything he has put his controller sticks to so far. He is a phenomenal talent and really excited to see him put up there. I mean, number 1, 3MZ, that's actually the surprise for me, right? Because, you know, he gets the name like the knockdown shield, right? They talk about him being like, you know, Captain China, like hiding behind that. But this time, he's leading from the front with 36 kills, and that's a fantastic sign for DZ, for DF, if they're not relying on Roy and Peter.
I'll never forget.
Bangalore. Wow. 何してんの?何これだって熱い。すごい。
Vayne, insane performance, back against the wall. You guys needed 2 wins to make it to winners. What did you guys mentally do to prepare for that?
I think the biggest thing that we switched going into game 4 onwards, or actually game 3 onwards, is we've been trying to play zone and play spots and rotate and predict zone all tourney. It just has not been working, and we dropped Catalyst and put Aiden on Horizon and just fought teams, and that was it.
I love that, man. I mean, halftime adjustments, that's the name of the game. You know, if something's not working, you got to move some pieces around, and you guys did that phenomenally. So I saw your parents, came up and said hi to me. How does that feel? You're playing on the biggest stage in the world for Apex, and you have your family there right behind you to support you.
I mean, it's the coolest thing in the world, to be honest. You know, I've been pursuing this for my whole life for a while now, and yeah, it's just cool to see them all here support me, and it means the world to me, so yeah.
I love that, man. I love that. So let's talk about your teammates a little bit, Aiden and Reeds. I mean, these guys are phenomenal. What do they bring to the table? And when you started playing with them, what in your mind was like, these are the guys I'm going to compete with?
For Reeds has something that you just can't teach to people. He just has raw passion and just brings so much energy to the team, like it's insane. And Aiden, he can play any character, and he's on roller, so he just brings all the damage, never dies, like just never throws, just the perfect player. So yeah, it just goes.
Some might say levels. Some might say levels. How has the addition to your coach helped you guys out in the game, whether it's macros or anything at all?
He's always giving us like things we can take into the next game or the next series, and they put in so much work, especially since we had a rough day yesterday. They put in so much work last night after the games and today, getting us ready for today. So yeah, I mean, I really can't say enough about what they bring to the table. We wouldn't be here without them, so.
I love that. At the end of the day, it is a team effort. You know, every piece, you got to coordinate, you got to move together. My man's looking like Bill Belichick out there, you know, and we got a Tom Brady right here, right next to me. So we were roommates. I know how badly you wanted to compete and you wanted to win, right? What do you do to make yourself a better player or a better teammate, you know, to play on the biggest stage in the world for your share of $2 million?
I think it's all just mindset. And just wanting to be the best at whatever you do. You know, if I'm gonna do something, I wanna put my all into it and be the best I can be. Whether it's a person, friend, boyfriend, whatever, teammate. I just want to be the best version of myself. So.
Passion. Passion. Well, that's my man Vane right there. You can check him out. He's gonna be playing all weekend long. Thank you so much, man. Way to ball out. You guys went absolutely insane. That is it. Rain Day. Send us off.
Thank you, peeps. And some might say levels. I like that. I'm sure he's familiar with the phrase. You know, one of the great things that I look at when we say a person accomplished something or a player was able to achieve something is what it takes to go behind the scenes and see how much effort is required to get to that place. A lot of people see the finish line. They don't see all the miles beforehand. And so congratulations to Vane, who's been grinding for many, many years and also has found a great pairing here now to send Oxygen into a very, very momentous day. Possibly we'll be seeing them on Sunday. Still a lot more to play, though. And today we've had some great performances as well. So without further ado, let's kick it in to our Monster Energy MVPs. And that means I've got to talk to my analysts and see who they thought showed up and showed out today. Genome, I'll start with you. Let's start in our first series of the day. Who was your Monster Energy MVP?
Yeah, so I went for Lufka from Ascend. We talked about them a lot today as a team who picked a little bit, you know, more of an interesting composition, Valk Watson, and we are going to be talking about the Valk player, Lufka. So, you know, look, obviously you've got evac towers in the meta, but Ascend, they want that extra rotation, they want the extra options that gives you the reliability of that ultimate, but Lufka brings so much more than that, right? I mean, this guy is also putting down massive damage for the team, and just providing a lot of utility, frankly. So, yeah, look, it's, you know, we've given a lot of, I think he also has to deal with a team environment where he gets a lot of the heat. I'm not going to lie. If you listen to those comms, man, any tiny mistake he's making, Kishira's going in on it. But, you know, sometimes if you get that enough, like it just, it grinds you out until you just stop making mistakes. And I feel like Lufka is at that point in this tournament.
And, you know, to be able to balance out all of what's coming at him and still perform with that level head, which you can clearly see he has, exciting to see his confidence grow. Series 1 was great for him and Ascent, and they are going to be themselves tomorrow. Continually almost winning Split 1. Zephyr, let's start with you for Series 2. Who had your Monster MVP choice?
Can't talk about Series 2 without Black Hand representing at the top of the pack here. And for me, I'm looking at Easy Flash here. Obviously on that horizon here as that entry. This guy has been providing so much access, especially on both Stormpoint and World's Edge here. Being this mega fragger and also creating a lot of the space and angles off of major util options here. Obviously, you can see the Bangalore as well. Both of these pickups allow for a lot of these 3v3 situations to expand to a much greater extent. And all today, we got to see that. As a result, it's not just that. It's not just enabling Black Hand, but also putting himself on a pedestal. He can push his teammates forward, but he can push himself to the absolute max.
Black Hand having a phenomenal day and showing out for a phenomenal overall region performance with APAC South. Will that continue? That's the big question. I have a feeling that it just might overall, but Graceful, I'm going to finish with you. We just saw the series take place. Who is your overall Monster Energy MVP in Series 3?
For this series, I'd have to go with Phony from FaZe. Right? For me, a lot of the time we talk about pop-up moments, but me as a player, I truly enjoy looking at players as a spectacle when I see people stay consistent across the board. They made it in. That just shows how good they are. Like, we haven't talked about them too much in super huge pop-ups, but they made it in. They slipped in. They just did the football tackle I talked about. And when you can play that way while going unnoticed, and I feel like even before they formed their roster, people were kind of doubting them. They have shown up time and time again that they're here to stay. Phone is leading that charge, and I love it.
Top 5 finish, really top 20, top 25 players overall in North America. And you can see working together, they're starting to find their rhythm. Those have just been a few highlights from the series that have produced so many more that you can find on all our social channels. But that's been our Monster Energy MVPs for this afternoon, morning, and evening. All right, now heading into what we consider maybe the most important thing of today, or at least tonight, now that we've handled all of our business. It is what is going on tomorrow, and I gotta get my thoughts ahead of the game here. I think this is gonna be one of our favorite, one of our most momentous bracket stage days, because we have given the players a ton of time to prepare. Normally we're jumping into this quickly. They're talking to us like, we don't, you know, we maybe didn't sleep that much. No, there's no excuse now. We start at 4 p.m. and to give you a reference point, we've been starting at 10 a.m. all of these days. So they will have plenty of time to sleep and be rested. And that is all we are going to see. We will see 10 teams go home, Genome, which is going to be obviously sad. Their year of Apex competition so far as year 3 will be over, but we will also see 10 teams have a little bit more hope.
Yeah, I want to see some real confidence out of the teams going into this elimination bracket, right? Because obviously you've got the top 20 teams, they've made it through to that winners bracket match, whereas these guys, you know, they're all stuck in there together. That means there's a lot of really important POIs opening up, and I think they need to lead that charge, right, and go straight for them, because that will be a big difference. That's POIs that they may not necessarily have had as much experience playing, but will give them a big boost getting to the second round of elimination.
A big thing too, Zephyr, and you know, just looking at tomorrow, I want to get your brief thought before we close out the night, but you know, the teams in those winners bracket will have a day off. They'll have a day to just watch, to just relax. Obviously that's got to play very heavily into their mental, and maybe if you take it the wrong side playing tomorrow, you're a little bit jealous. You're a little bit like, hey, we could have just done nothing tomorrow. Now I got to get ready to play. Like, you know, maybe a missed opportunity. So hopefully that doesn't affect too many teams' mental.
I don't know about that, but at least in elimination round 1, you still are able to push forward and find your way into finals almost immediately here. And that's important because when we talk about the pacing, especially with what's upcoming here on Saturday, that can be the true marathon for some of these players out there. And you want to set yourself up to be in the best form before we hit match point.
Graceful tomorrow, big day, obviously. What are your kind of quick thoughts? What are you expecting heading into it? And obviously our elimination is going to bring some fireworks. But what are you expecting to see?
I think the most fun for me to see is teams that have been contesting a lot or have been struggling. And it's finally like, what comes on top of my mind is Kick. We saw a few glimpses of them being uncontested and they just smoked everyone in the lobby. I want to see all the teams that have been struggling due to contest and maybe macro issues with just lobbies being, you know, because it's groups and you have to handle macros for teams in different regions. And now that they come into the lower bracket again and they can get the time to figure out a new macro and prepare for finals if they do end up making there, we're gonna see a whole new level. I think they're just warming up and it's coming.
One of the kind of interesting parts about it, and it is a double-edged sword, is that while you may not have that rest day, you stay warm. You don't take your foot off the gas, and in many ways, it only increases. That's what we're doing here at the ALGS Championship in Birmingham, UK. And for those of you who have been watching all day, we appreciate you. You have finished our wonderful day 2. For those who tune in tomorrow and for the rest of the tournament, it is all business, baby, because we are sending teams home or we are sending you to the finals. You have to perform. Otherwise, that will be the end of your year, the end of your journey. But it doesn't have to end, and it is all in the players' hands. From every shot, every rotation, and every final fight, we will see stories be told and stories end. But guess what? We want you there. So tune in tomorrow. We'll see you because the bracket stage begins.
Can't handle when they're tap strafing.
Quickly, the push comes in, and drop goes down. Optic are falling first, and Dark Zero win yet another game.
They're walking up over here. Oh, it's that zone. White shooter rising. On the right, we gotta focus this, guys.
Pulverex, who can find another win on score point. The Skies go out first, and Pulverex take their second win.
Sentinels versus Optic. Finishing pieces should be picked up though by Nox and Optic Gaming. Win your first game here on World's Edge. Fnatic will be eliminated, but it just opens the door for Oxygen Esports to finally announce themselves here in Birmingham. He gets one, but the question is, can he clutch? Can he pop some bodies? No! Oxygen Esports. They leave it late here in Birmingham, but boy, what a performance that was those final 2 games.
Oh. Oh my god! 何あれ本当にもうすごいチーターですよもはやNo.こんばんは。 きの敵の奥さんです。推薦ありがとうございました。はい。